Welcome to day 2 of our incredible second annual Women's Business Summit. My name is Delia Gonçalves, reporter and anchor for WUSA 9 News here in Washington, D.C. It is my absolute pleasure to be rejoining you as MC for this year's summit. I'm sure you were as inspired as I was yesterday by the incredible insights, perspectives, and stories of our speakers. And I can guarantee today will be just as exceptional. We have 2 remarkable panels, and today we'll also be bringing you direct access to our Ask an Expert workshops, which are technical deep dives into specific topics with leaders from the U.S. Small Business Administration. They provide an opportunity for attendees to ask pressing and more specific questions of our community and to receive technical presentations and how-tos. You won't want to miss this. So let's settle in and get ready for a great day together in our second annual Women's Business Summit with opening remarks by Diedra Henry-Spires, Senior Advisor to the Administrator at the U.S. Small Business Administration.
Good morning. I'm Diedra Henry-Spires, Senior Advisor to SBA Administrator Isabella Casillas-Guzman, and it is my honor to welcome you back to Day 2 of SBA's second annual Women's Business Summit. What a marvelous summit we are having, and there's more to come. We've already heard from President Biden, Administrator Guzman, Senator Cardin, and Representative Velasquez. We have also been inspired by world-famous women entrepreneurs, business owners just like you, who have found success working with the SBA. I hope you've had a chance to make a few new connections and add some high-impact next steps to your to-do list. And I hope you have plenty of room for more, because we have an exciting, jam-packed schedule with important insights from our resource partners and the expert leadership at the SBA. Everything from how to start your business, maintain your business, and access capital. Because after all, capital is queen. This is the How to Get It Done segment of our programming. So get ready to take notes as we launch into Day 2 of the second annual Women's Business Summit.
Good afternoon. I'm Donald Malcolm Smith, the Acting Assistant Administrator for the Office of Women's Business Ownership. Thank you for joining us today. We'd like to start by noting that the opinions shared by panelists are their own and do not reflect the official standing of the Small Business Administration or the second annual Women's Business Summit co-sponsors. We welcome you to submit questions to our panelists and moderators via the Q&A function located at the bottom of your screen. We will do our best to answer those questions via the Q&A function. I'm pleased to be joined by 2 phenomenal women leaders. Corinne Goble is President and CEO of the Association of Women's Business Centers. And Bridget Weston is CEO of SCORE. As they join us today, I look forward to hearing about the wonderful things that their organizations do for women entrepreneurs. To get the conversation started, I'd love for you all to tell me a bit about yourselves and the work that you do advocating and supporting women entrepreneurs. Let's get started with Corinne, and then we'll turn it over to Bridget.
Thank you, Donald. It's so good to be here with you and Bridget and everyone who's with us today virtually. My name's Corinne. I'm the CEO of the Association of Women's Business Centers, and we exist to ignite entrepreneurship for women who are looking to launch or to grow their business. And we do that by working directly with women's business centers and small businesses. Thanks to funding that's afforded by SBA and coupled with matching funds from the communities where they serve, 145 women business centers exist in every single state in the United States, plus the District of Columbia in Puerto Rico. Many of you are already working with a women's business center, and I know we have women's business centers with us today. So a shout out to you. Thanks for all of the work that you're doing to drive forward the U.S. economy. A women's business center can support a woman when it comes to, some of the age-old barriers that exist for women. Women's business centers are 35 years old this year. The association, we're celebrating our 25th year. And despite the profound work that this network does on a daily basis, we still have a tremendous barrier in terms of access to capital or funding for women businesses. So really, that was the spirit in which a women's business center was designed and developed, and they're doing great work out there. But the way that we do this, the way that we're helping is by providing counseling, one-on-one coaching sessions, group coaching, training. We're also doing, some networking opportunities, and then connecting you with resources in the community. And so that looks like the client that comes into a women's business center. The majority are women, but we're inclusive and we welcome anyone into our doors. If you need help with your business, come in. If you've got an idea for a business, it's a concept stage. You're brainstorming. You want to kick the tires and you don't know if this is the right idea for you, and you want to know what does it take to start a business, come to a women's business center. We'd be happy to talk to you about that. Also, do you have an existing business and perhaps a challenge? You can't overcome it. You're trying to grow. You might need capital to expand, or you're trying to find workforce talent. Women's business centers love challenges. They love to help you break through. And in fact, their success is measured in your success. Women business centers are, as I mentioned, funded in part by SBA, and we're tracking how many businesses are we starting, how many businesses are we finding funding for, and how are your businesses growing? And so we're very much on this journey with you. We want to partner with you for your success. Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks, Corinne. And I'm happy to turn it over to.
Thank you, Donald and Corinne. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and you as well, Donald. Thank you for inviting us to participate, and congratulations to all of the success through this conference. It's amazing. I wanted to just talk a little bit about SCORE. I am the CEO of SCORE, and we are a resource partner of the Small Business Administration as well. We are a nationwide network of volunteer business mentors, men and women who provide their been there, done that expertise to help anyone looking to start, grow a small business. Perhaps you're struggling in business and need help to overcome that challenge. We have 223 chapters across the country, and we are here again, similar to the Women's Business Centers, to help you achieve your dream, whatever that is. Whether you're looking to start and need help and not sure where to actually get started, or you are thinking about adding an employee or opening a second location. We have people in the SCORE network, over 10,000 volunteers, who have walked that walk and understand that journey and can bring their specific expertise to help you to achieve that dream and do it to avoid some of the pitfalls that others have seen before you. SCORE also provides educational opportunities, whether it is local in your community so you can meet other entrepreneurs and connect and network, or online, and make sure that we can get you that how-to actionable information to help you keep your plan moving. One of the things I know that we all know works is if you do take a minute to stop working in your business and work on your business. And so working with a mentor or taking that educational opportunity, whether it's with SCORE or the Women's Business Centers, can really help to improve the chances of success in business. With the 32 million small businesses out there and those looking to start, we are here to help and ready with doors wide open. So excited to be here today to talk a little bit more about that. And we'll be ready to help whenever you're ready at score.org.
Thanks so much, Bridget. Thanks so much, Corinne. Women's small businesses are still the fastest growing entrepreneurial segment in our nation. However, women entrepreneurs face several challenges to starting their businesses. These range from social expectations to the reality of raising capital. Can you share your thoughts on what you think may be some of the challenges or barriers that contribute to this reality, And what are some of the solutions that can be found through SCORE's work and also through the AWBC? Let's start with Bridget.
Donald, what a great question. And we know that, and this was amplified during the pandemic, that there are a number of unique challenges that women business owners in particular face. One, we saw that women actually apply at a lesser rate than men for access to capital, and they also receive it at a lower rate. So one of the things that I think could help more female entrepreneurs become successful is access to those resources to help them understand what their capital access opportunities are, apply for them, and then, have the best chance of success of obtaining those. Because again, if we can overcome that access to capital barrier, I believe that there will be more successful women entrepreneurs out there. The other that we see is the childcare or caregiver role in general that typically falls to women in our environment these days, and how that work-life balance is a struggle. So while I don't have all of the answers, I know that the clients that we serve, particularly those that identify as women, are asking for help and support in that area so they can maintain their role in their families, but also, pursue and be successful in their entrepreneurial dreams. Corinne, I know that you look at that often in your role too. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the same exact challenges you are, Bridget. Of course, access to capital, access to that funding that you need to either get started in the business or, to grow and expand, or frankly, sometimes it's just to make payroll. We understand that when a small business goes to get financing, it's really challenging out there. Being able to document the success of your business or forecast what the success is coming is difficult. And so what we find is that a lot of our women entrepreneurs resort to utilizing their personal credit. And I really want to use this stage as an opportunity to say, if you're using your personal credit card to pay payroll, like I know many businesses are, please stop doing that for your own benefit and for the benefit of your business. And a women's business center can help you find solutions. 40% of our women's business centers are located inside lending institutions. So we have community lenders out there. A women's business center will help get your business books in order so that you can present yourself in the way that's going to put you in the best light. So that's sort of my lecture moment. What I would say on the childcare front, we know that there are childcare businesses out there that want to get started. So if you want to get started in your home or, an institutional type daycare, licensing is such a challenge, and it's so different from municipality to municipality. Our women's business centers have really skilled up, especially since, and you said the COVID word, so I'll go there, during the pandemic. And we've become experts in this. I mean, I can give you examples like in the state of California, where they've created thousands of daycare jobs by working directly with daycare institutions. And what that means for you as a small business, or you're endeavoring to, you want to start a small business, but you've got your own childcare issues, hopefully you're going to see more and more childcare spaces open up. But if childcare is also holding you back in your business, this is not the first time we've seen that. So come talk to us and network. We've got other women businesses who are in the same boat as you. And even some of our women's business centers, and it is just a few of them, will actually have childcare services either in the building or know of a resource in the community so that you can take time out and work on your business and not necessarily have, to also be managing, the Cheerios on the table at the same time. So I think other challenges that are out there sometimes get a little bit mischaracterized. But ultimately, every small business out there, she's struggling for her time. We know that when you need something, you just want a phone number to call. And that's why we're there for you too. And so what we've done with our association is we've seen thousands and thousands of businesses come to us and say, we've heard about a women's business center. How do we find them? So we've tried to streamline our own website and our own resources to get you that first line of support. Sort of think of it like throwing the life preserver out until we can get you, a lifeboat. Take this life preserver, and that's us. So we've got another website that we've promoted, and I know you're going to get the resources in the chat at hopetowomen.org. And that's just like a different front door. So a small business can come in and get some existing help while we get you handed off to a women's business center. And probably similar to SCORE, I'm imagining, Bridget, it's really important that you know that even if there's not a women's business center right in your city, women's business centers are often providing great services virtual. And so it doesn't have to be the one closest to you or, in your backyard to really help you pick up your business. And I would tell you the last thing, supply chain's a big problem. And so many of our businesses are now coming back to us that got help. And they're saying, had it not been for our women's business center, we wouldn't even be in business today. So just, you want to ask for help.
I'm totally astounded by the responses, and thank you all so much for sharing. Relatedly, what are your organizations doing to promote equity and counter the historic challenges that have confronted women entrepreneurs? And feel free to share a success story if one fits. Bridget?
Sure. Thank you so much, Donald. And I think one of the things that it never fails to reignite the passion and lift my spirits when I talk about the success stories that SCORE mentors have been able to help achieve, their success. And we have hundreds of them. I mean, last year alone in 2022, SCORE helped to start over 30,000 new businesses and create over 82,000 new jobs. And we did this with our SCORE mentors. And of those thousands of clients that we serve, 64% are women. So I love these stories and how we've helped them to overcome the challenges we were talking about before. One of the things I've seen anecdotally through these stories are that, and I know Corinne is like this too, like we are problem solvers. Women see a problem, they're like, I'm going to figure this out and I'm going to come up with a solution. So some of my favorite success stories that are business owners that have overcome those challenges, women entrepreneurs who saw a need in a market for an underserved community, created a product, and then launched a successful business. So we have a woman named Kelly in San Diego who started Access Tracks, and she created a device to help persons with disabilities to navigate the sand better so that they could get to the ocean to surf, for example. She launched that with the help of SCORE and is seeing positive revenue. She's selling her product in dozens of locations. She's worked with the to make sure the product is ADA compliant with the help of SCORE. And seeing a need that has been met and successfully so because of a female entrepreneur is something that's fantastic. There's another one, a company called Specs for You, which designed glasses for people who had different facial structures. And so she was able to design glasses for one of her children and launch that. And now year over year, SCORE has helped her to, again, increase her revenue and get placed in more retail outlets. So those are the types of things that I admire and hear, and really just lifts my spirits when I hear about the success that women entrepreneurs with the help of SCORE mentors have been able to do.
Bridget, thanks so much for sharing. Corinne?
Oh, yes. So, equity can mean so many different things. Obviously, with a women's business center, we've got a real handle on the gendered support. Like you're walking into a women's business center because you're looking for help, and they're there thinking about the challenges that you experience as a woman or may have come across, and also you've come to a place that of people like you. And then that takes me to sort of the more expanded version or other definitions of equity. At the association level, our leadership team has taken this challenge head on. I know since I walked in the door in January of 2019, we've expanded our board of directors from what was a 5-member board to now 19. We have more than 50% BIPOC board, and the clients that we serve in the women's business centers represent the same. I'd say also the leadership, the counselors, the languages, last we counted more than 25 languages are found across the Women's Business Center network nationally. And then thanks to the vision and the support of SBA, the Women's Business Centers are located in places that are doing a great job of reaching in to the communities. And so, the most recent round of new Women's Business Centers have primarily been launched at minority serving institutions, at HBCUs. We know there's not an HBCU in every corner, in every place, And so in those cases, partnering with tribal organizations and just really making sure that when a women's business center comes online now, that they're really connected to the economically and socially disadvantaged entrepreneur. And that can be any race, any color. We just know that the challenges out there need to be met to move this economy forward. And I want to share a success story too, because at our hopetowomen.org site, where I said people are coming to us directly looking for help, we're providing some training, and there are some grants out there too. I know that, gosh, my women's business centers can probably relate that the majority of entrepreneurs that walk in the door, the first time they walk in, they usually are saying, is there a grant available? And I mean, grants are hard to come by. For the most part, you're bootstrapping this business or you're having to find financing in some form or fashion. And so grants are out there if you come to our website. But one such business that walked in our door that we've been able to help is one I just love. It's actually blackgirlsdrone.org. Businesses can look like a lot of different things. Nonprofit can be just as valuable to the economy in terms of the jobs that it's generating and the give back to society. And so we're seeing every form of organization out there, and we're seeing so much great success as well.
I am so grateful for you all sharing your insights and giving your perspectives on what you all do as resource partners to support women entrepreneurs. Even though SBA has 68 district offices and staff across the country and in territories, we can't do what we do without you all as partners. With that, I'd love to know what actions would you all like to see that would help women's entrepreneurship move forward?
Donald, I'll go first. Show us the money, right? Like if anyone has access to funding, not only making that funding available, but it's also about the education component. So many times we assume that a business doesn't have what it takes, and so we just turn them away and we say, no, we're not going to help you. And I'm kind of talking about that from the funder perspective. But what we need to be saying instead of no to the business is, it would be yes if, like not right now, or it could be yes if, because really when we dig real deep into the why the access to capital, why the funding issues, it's not a credit score problem or a credit worthiness problem. It's an education issue. And so being able to level up our entrepreneurs so that we're all starting with the same level of information, I think is going to really help move our economy forward. And I just want to say, have an open mind, because moving women's entrepreneurship forward is not a threat to any other part of our economy, right? Like we're not trying to say, take some piece of, the pie and cut smaller parts for men. What we're saying is by growing women's entrepreneurship, we're growing the pie for everyone. And so to the small business, what I would say is, don't limit yourself in your thinking. Make sure that when you're thinking about how your business can grow, that you really think even things like exporting is for you. So many, especially of our women-owned businesses, they're not getting involved in the digital strategies like they should. And if you don't know what that means, come see us. It's your website, it's your e-commerce, it's the future of like a 21st century business and exporting. And this is another place SBA has so many resources.
I think that's awesome, Corinne. And I just want to echo, the more partnerships and the broader we can make this ecosystem to support women entrepreneurs, the more women entrepreneurs will be successful and giving back and making that pie even bigger and making our economy even stronger. And I think the other part of that, not just those access to the banks to help or other funding sources to help the entrepreneurs succeed, but one of the things that we know works to help these women entrepreneurs succeed is access to the Women's Business Center and the SCORE resources along with the SBA. So getting the word out about our incredible resources would be the number one thing that I would like to see more support, across organizations and agencies. We know we have the data, we show the impact, we can get businesses started, help people succeed and grow their revenue and stay in business. And so the more support we can get from other community organizations, both nationally and locally, the better off everyone will be.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. I can see a few questions have come through in the chat, and I want to bring them up to you, and whoever feels most comfortable, feel free to grab it. And the first question I'd like to share is, where can I get one-on-one counseling or a mentor?
Well, I mean, I think this is the best opportunity for Corinne and I to both plug our websites. Both of our organizations provide incredible one-on-one mentoring, and we would encourage you to check us out. I mean, our website is score.org. You can search the mentor database that we have, find the person that's right for you. If that's overwhelming, you can reach out to your local chapter and they will find the best person for you. Corinne?
Yeah, and I think like more is better in this case. It's like score.org and go come find us either at awbc.org or hopetowomen.org, whatever feels easier for you to navigate. I've talked to many businesses who have a team of one-on-one coaches and resources that they're working with, and I think that's going to be the best way forward. You need really a whole team behind you.
Thanks so much. This has been incredibly informative, and I'm sure our audience has learned so much from you all, and hopefully they'll visit your websites to gain more information. Before we move to close, I'd like to give each of you an opportunity for any closing remarks. Ann?
It's hard to follow all of this great content and try to plug something else of value into the lineup of everything that everyone gets to hear today. What I would just say is, if you're shy, if you're holding back, have the courage, because it takes great courage to do things in business. We know that taking business is a risk, and typically women, they're less likely to take those risks. They're more risk averse. And that's not a criticism. It's just to say, we know we've got a lot on the line as women and we're less likely to gamble it. But we're here to help you and hopefully mitigate the risks with planning, because failing to plan is planning to fail. So come to us and we'd be glad to help.
Well, I love that, Corinne, and I agree. I think we've both shared some incredible information along those lines of having the courage. You don't have to do it all at once. Come to us and have a conversation, get started. We have access to the resources that can help you figure out if this is something for you, or maybe it's one idea you have and that one won't work because of one reason, but we can find an alternative for you that still taps into your talent and potential and solves that need, but maybe a less daunting endeavor for you. So really, I think the takeaway is reach out. You don't have to do this alone, and we are here for you, ready and waiting.
Thank you all very much, Corinne and Bridget, for joining us today and sharing more about the resources and programs that you implement at the Association for Women's Business Centers and SCORE. We appreciate deeply your efforts to strengthen and empower women entrepreneurs and help them overcome the historical barriers that impact their business success. And to our audience, you've had the opportunity to engage with two phenomenal women leaders. Please visit the websites for the Association of Women's Business Centers and SCORE to learn more about their work. Thanks so much and have a great afternoon.
We know it takes a village in entrepreneurship, and we are deeply appreciative to organizations like AWBC, SCORE, and of course, the SBA for leaning in to help build a strong and resilient village for our women business owners. As we think about ensuring equity and access for all women, it's vital that we make sure every woman has a seat at the table. According to the leading nonprofit Native Women Lead, Native Americans and Alaskan Native women-owned businesses generate an incredible $11 billion in annual revenues. Since 1997, the number of Native women-owned businesses has grown by 201%. I'm delighted to introduce Jackson Brossi, Associate Administrator of the Office of Native American Affairs, to moderate our next panel as we look to deepen our understanding and support of Native American women entrepreneurial ecosystems.
Yeah, and hello, my name is Jackson Brossi, and I head up the Office of Native American Affairs at the Small Business Administration. It's my privilege to moderate this panel on Native American women in business and bring forth a group of great and talented and accomplished women who lead in government and nonprofits and in the private sector, and all support women in business and help improve opportunities for these women. As a person from the Navajo Reservation, I know full well that Native American women do not receive the same opportunities as other people and are paid much less per dollar than other folks across the country. And so that's why I believe it's important for us to be here to increase opportunity and share some of these resources. With that, I'd like to introduce a great and accomplished colleague of mine, Anna LeBeau, who I know from working with Native American Community Development Financial Institutions, CDFIs, and now heads up the Bureau of Indian Affairs Economic Development work. And Anna, can you introduce yourself?
Hey, O'Neill. Good morning. I'm Anna LeBeau, member of the Omaha Tribe in Nebraska. I'm the director of the Office of Indian Economic Development, and I work for the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs here in Washington, D.C. It's nice to be here.
Well, thank you, Anna. And can you tell us a bit about the great resources the Bureau of Indian Affairs has for Native American women entrepreneurs and some of the great new things that you all are doing right now?
Yeah, we actually have a lot of exciting things happening right now over in Indian Affairs. Two of the programs that I oversee are the Division of Capital Investment, which houses the Indian Loan Guarantee Program and the Loan Insurance Program. Both of these programs are accessed through any lender that wants to become a certified lender for the Loan Guarantee Program. Our Loan Insurance Program is a program that typically works with CDFIs. And of course, the CDFIs are amazing because they provide the technical assistance and the support that new business owners typically like to receive as they are going through the process of starting a business. And so definitely available for women. And then in our other program we have under OIED is the Economic Development Program, where we have several types of business development grants. So we have our Native American Business Development Initiative, which is a feasibility study for businesses. And then we also have our new grant program, which is the Living Languages Grant. And so that's a big push for this administration as far as keeping our languages alive. And so I encourage, women to get involved within their communities and see what they can do to support keeping our languages healthy and alive within each of our communities, and making sure that our young ones are continuing to carry on that tradition as well. And so through our Living Languages program, there's typically funding there to support community programs, tribally driven programs. We also have tourism funding, which helps with feasibility studies, again, to define if you have a tourism industry within your community. And there are so many types of businesses that could fall under tourism, guided tours, anything just depending on where you're located. But typically I believe that, women were the ones that are driving our communities and doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, making sure that, the kids are staying active, that they themselves are a central part of the community, making sure that there's positive events occurring. And so, some of these could be tourism type activities. And so definitely there to further empower the women. And then we also have other grants that support tribal nations, broadband, and just trying to go off my memory as far as everything that we have, but definitely here to support Indigenous women and the opportunities that they continue to seek and support.
Well, Thank you, Anna. You're absolutely right. We have some tremendous women that leaders in our communities. And when we were putting together some folks to be a part of this panel, there was a really a wealth of resources and people that could be. So we appreciate you coming and joining us here. So if I'm an entrepreneur and I want to learn more about the resources the BIA has, maybe specifically, so for example, the loan guarantee program, the SBA, the Department of Interior, USDA, and Commerce and Treasury are working together on something we're calling the Access to Capital Initiative that we announced at the White House Tribal Nations Summit on November 30th this past year. And as part of that, we're listening and learning and sharing about some of the resources. So, for example, the loan guarantee, where can folks go to learn more about that if they want to get one? What would you recommend?
So we have a page on our website, which is at bia.gov, and our acronym for in Washington, D.C., we live in this alphabet soup. And so Office of Indian Economic Development is OIED. And so if you were to Google BIA OIED, then you'd be able to find our webpage to where it would lead you to the Indian Loan Guarantee Program.
Great. Well, thank you. And again, I do want to underline that resource. Anna was speaking at another group yesterday and reminded everybody that there is it's a 90% guarantee with about more than $100 million allocated for the BIA. And that basically that can be leveraged up to close to $1 billion worth of impact in Indian country. So that's a tremendous program and something that we think is a great resource. So thank you, Anna. So we'll come back to you with another round of questions. And I want to bring in Veronica Maturino, who heads up and serves as CEO of ONABN, and also serves on the Small Business Administration's Council of Underserved Communities. And so, Veronica, can you tell us a bit about ONABN, about what you all do there, and how you all support Native American women entrepreneurs, and also where they can go if they want to reach you all and connect?
Sure. Thank you, Jackson. OCO, my name is Veronica Maturino. I'm a citizen of the Great Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. I am the CEO of ONABN. ONABN is a national nonprofit that provides business development initiatives, asset building services to Native Americans and other peoples of colors across the United States and in a handful of international communities. ONABN was established in 1991 as a resource to create a private sector on 4 Oregon-based reservations. It was through our work on those reservations that our past leadership recognized a need for culturally specific business planning material. And so we created our signature product, Indianpreneurship, which for many years has been the signature product of the SBA. We love that they recognize the importance of Indianpreneurship. And it was through the sales and distribution of Indianpreneurship that ONABN expanded from kind of a regional organization to statewide, statewide to regional and then to national. And so today our curriculum is used throughout the United States to accelerate the growth of small businesses across Indian country. In addition to Indianpreneurship, we manage a cohort group called Bridge to Success, which is funded by the SBA's Office of Native American Affairs. Through that cohort, we are able to work with businesses who are ready to do business with the federal government. So it's very procurement oriented. We work with other resource providers and offer Train the Trainer series so that they are more readily equipped to serve the entrepreneurs in their communities. We have a women and girl empowerment initiative called Girl Talk, and that cohort is actually funded by the Minority Business Development Agency. And through that work, we work with women and girls of really all ages. Our youngest is around 11, and then we kind of move into our elders. And so we work with them on entrepreneurial development activities, but we also really work with them on using their voice, their collective voices to make a difference in their communities. We really emphasize the importance of building women and girls up versus tearing one another down. And so that's really kind of one of my pet programs if I have one, because I think that it is so important to introduce the idea of entrepreneurship very early on to a young woman, and to really create that mindset of becoming a leader in your community. We also manage artist accelerator programs. And through those programs, we're able to go into communities and work with a cohort of artists. We help them to design a logo, kind of create a brand look. We provide website development resources for them, content building services. And really the fundamental idea of the Artist Accelerator programs is to create that foundation of cultural tourism that Anna was talking about earlier. Again, the artists are really kind of one of my favorite groups to work with. Many years ago, when I was a small girl, my grandmother worked for the Cherokee Nation, and her job was to promote artists. And so now, as I look at my life, I feel like it's really kind of followed the circle that she first introduced to me a really long time ago. So it's really nice to be working kind of the same realm that my grandmother did so many years ago. We also have a program called Real Change, and Real Change is our youth entrepreneurship initiative. And through that program, Onabin goes into communities. We do a 3-day camp where the first day and a half is really an immersion into business planning. The second half of the second day, we work on them and on creating 3-panel poster boards that kind of think about a science fair. So instead of promoting a scientific idea, the students are promoting a business idea. And then on the third day, the students come back and introduce their business ideas, and very often the products associated with that business idea to their communities. And so it's a lesson in not just entrepreneurship, but financial education. And for many of these students, it's the first time that they've had the opportunity to kind of work as a part of a team relative to like a workforce environment versus an athletic team. So in some instances, the students will pull their money together to meet a need in the community. We worked with an elementary school here in Oklahoma when my daughter was in 5th grade, I believe, is when we launched this. She's a sophomore now, but her class dedicated all of their earnings to buying more books for the library. And so it can become a lesson in social entrepreneurship as well. We have a program called Beyond the Boots, which is also funded by the SBA. And through that program, we're able to help military servicemen and women kind of move from military life into a private sector environment. That's also obviously very fulfilling. All of our programs are really dedicated to supporting minorities and peoples of color, and really those underserved individuals who are often left behind. So that, I believe, is kind of Onabin in a nutshell. I don't think that I missed anything. We always have a lot going on, and so I hope I didn't leave anything out that's of major importance.
Well, thank you, Veronica. I do know that you all have a lot going on, and remind us again. So, does an entrepreneur have to pay for the services from Onabin?
Nope. We are very fortunate to be funded by partners like the SBA, like the MBDA, and then some really wonderful private foundations who have invested in us and our vision through the years. And so what's interesting about Onabin is, with every grant that we write, we include individualized technical assistance. We realize that not every entrepreneur is going to get what they need out of a workshop environment. And so we have a skilled team of individuals who will work one-on-one with existing entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs on not just business planning. Sometimes it's, establishing an LLC or even getting that EIN number started. It's helping them to understand their finances. We also have a partnership with GoDaddy that enables us to develop websites for entrepreneurs. And so there's really not anything that Onabin does not provide. We're definitely an all-encompassing resource when it comes to serving the entrepreneurs. We do provide contractual services to tribal nations and other nonprofits, but our services to the entrepreneurs are at no cost.
Thank you. And folks can find you at onabin.org.
Yes.
Great. and your services are both hybrid and they're online. And I know you have a great presence in Oklahoma doing meeting people face to face where they are.
We are actually all over the country. So we also write into our grants in-person events really throughout the country. We spend a lot of time in DC. We spend a great deal of time in Oregon. We're doing a lot in Washington State. We have programs that exist in Arkansas, North Carolina, South Carolina. We currently have a partnership with the Catawba Nation. But yes, it is hybrid in form, and we do our best to stream everything online. So even when we're doing an in-person event, we're streaming it so that we can support as many entrepreneurs as we possibly can.
Thank you, Veronica. And we'll come back with another question. One area that ONABN does well is they've helped counsel folks getting into government contracting. And I'm really happy to have a great leader in government contracting, someone that I have a lot of respect for, that has entered the government contracting sphere, used a lot of the SBA's programs successfully, and I think has opened a lot of doors for other folks to come behind her, and has built a really successful business. And so, Monica Hohola, do you mind introducing yourself and telling us a bit about Montech and that journey of starting your business and maybe resources that you found that worked well that might be helpful for others?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jackson. It's really good to hear Veronica's story and the resource that she does have, because that's a big, intricate part of my company and how we started. Good morning. I am Monica Hohola. I am the president and owner of Montech Incorporated. We're headquartered here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We started the company in 2011. Within that vast decade, I can tell you that we have put a nationwide footprint within the United States government and the federal market. Our biggest clients to date are the U.S. Department of Defense. We are serving the United States Air Force, the Army, the National Guards, whether it's Air National Guard, Army National Guard, mission support groups, Army Corps of Engineer, United States Department of Energy with a nationwide footprint in National Nuclear Security Administration, the U.S. Department of Interior. USGS is a huge client of ours, not only in Colorado, in Denver, Colorado, but we also have a pretty large footprint in South Dakota for the USGS as well. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we do work in BIA for the Department of Interior with the facilities management services in Albuquerque. So we do support our team here in Albuquerque. Our clients are primarily federal. So when I hear Veronica and the type of resources they have available, I'm a big believer in reaching out into the free resources, the availability of people wanting to learn about your vision of starting a company. Because when we started back in 2011, it was literally myself in a, having the vision of working with a tribal nation for about 14 years. That's how I kind of got my footprint into the federal market and started my company, ended a corporate job on a Friday and started the company on a Monday morning. And I reached out into SBA. I reached out to small business development centers. I reached out to PTACs. Veronica, I believe I even attended one course of you all many, many years ago. And people who are highly invested in becoming a founder, a company owner, or wanting to really set a strong foundation for a company are going to reach for those type of resources. And I'm a big believer in that. Today, we have over 100 employees nationwide. And we have earned some of the top level security clearances nationwide for our DOD and DOE clients. We have all the proper certifications. In fact, I don't even want to say proper. We go above and beyond all the certifications that are necessary to support our customers nationwide. So it's very important. I can tell you, though we try to run everything back at headquarters here in Albuquerque, I certainly want to rest upon any entrepreneur out there. The biggest resource within my company is our people. They are, sitting in Albuquerque. I can't tap into my PMs every single morning, my program managers, but we take very strong paths and in recruiting nationwide talent. With that being said, hiring the right people is so imperative, knowing that I can't be out in South Dakota or in Denver or Arizona or anything like that. So recruiting is a critical component of any company. We take pride in hiring many women within our corporation. In fact, I feel bad for the young gentleman who sits down the hall from my office right now, because he sits among very strong women right now who are running our human resources, our business development, our contracts. And so with that being said, it's important for me to also support other women who have the vision of becoming an entrepreneur one day. And so an opportunity like this from Jackson, it's certainly important for me to share that with other young entrepreneurs who are thinking of running their own companies and owning their own companies and having nationwide personnel. It's a lifelong dream. And if you put that foundation together very well, it's absolutely doable. And I don't want to discourage anyone from ever having that thought process.
Thank you, Monica.
Sure.
We're really proud to partner with you and have you a part of a graduate of the 8A program. So do you mind telling us a bit about the 8A program?
Jackson, in fact, we're still on the SBA 8A program.
Okay.
Absolutely. I do not want to forget SBA in any of this. I believe it's important for me to share that Montech Incorporated is a SBA 8A certified company. So we're certified into 2025, as long as we hold all that threshold in place. But we are certified into 2025. We are a women-owned small business. We are a small disadvantaged business. We're a 100% American Indian corporation, because I am from the Pueblo of Isleta. And I first and foremost want to share that with other members, on our panel, but nationwide to other women out there. And I speak on behalf of my family from the Pueblo, which is, 16, 17 miles away from my office here in Albuquerque. I'm close enough to Kirtland Air Force Base. I'm close enough to my Pueblo people. And so anytime I can tap into them and join the chambers and their lunches, meaning the American Indian Chamber, I'm on board. SBA is a critical part of my company. I attended those trainings. I believe in what Veronica is saying, Audubon, SBA, and the free courses, whether development, proposal writing, technical writing, pricing, insurances, bonding, attorneys, CPAs, they have a vessel of resources that are necessary for people like myself when you're starting a company. SBA is critical. There is not a week that goes by that I probably don't call my New Mexico district office, even with a minor question. That communication is so darn important for me, because they know of all the good stuff going on in North America, and I need to be connected to them. When those awards are coming through, SBA is the first ones to hear about it when we've got those 8A awards. Very important.
Thank you, Monica. And you mentioned one more resource there, the PTAC, so that Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. And were they the ones that you relied on, or the small business SBDC Small Business Development Centers when you went through your certification for 8A and women-owned small business?
I came from a lifeline of working with a tribal nation. I started my career with Chickasaw Nation Industries. So with that, I was just mastered in business development and learning how important it is to keep compliant with your 8A companies and your LLCs and your firms. And the federal government back in 2008, 2009 was really spearheading women-owned small businesses. More opportunities were coming across the country. More critical, complex opportunities were being set aside for women-owned companies. And when it came to learning about pricing, because pricing is no easy feat, it's very important to put all the right, based on the type of contracts that you have in place. We have time and materials. We have firm fixed price. We have a multitude of IDIQs within the country. With that being said, PTACs and small business development centers absolutely demonstrated and provided guidance in properly planning, properly putting together a great proposal, winning those proposals and earning more business. So we also learned the vessel of everything we plant today, which is the springtime. It's March of 2023. I'm not going to earn that award in 30 days. So we plant throughout the year, knowing all my winter planting, meaning all the proposals that we submitted to the federal government are now coming to fruition for the springtime. Springtime we're planning right now. We know we're going to have some big wins this year, and those are coming to fruition this summer and this fall. So we actively engage in proposal writing. Yes, it's great to have those one-on-one direct awards and have the federal government learn who we are, but we have mastered the talent. We have hired the talent to develop our proposals and get them across the fence. If we don't propose, we don't win.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Monica. That's very inspiring and exactly why we're here, to share these resources and share these great examples and these great stories. We're also here because we can do much better, I believe, as a country. For example, I mentioned earlier, Native American women in 2021 earned 51 cents per dollar compared to a non-Hispanic white male. And I think we can do a whole lot better. And we can do a whole lot better thanks to entrepreneurship and small business ownership and the great resources that you all have, from the BIA to Onabin to the example of getting into federal contracting and flourishing. So I have another question for the group, and I'll let folks take it how they will. Do you have any recommendations, words of advice for either women entrepreneurs or women that want to get involved in the nonprofit sector or government or anything in between that you'd like to share here? I'll open it up. Anna.
Yeah, I can go first. So I don't have the passion as an entrepreneur does. However, I've had the passion of driving nonprofit work, and that typically stems from wanting to see change within your community and something that could potentially impact your family or has impacted your family. And so financial education is my passion and what I've always spoken to as far as how to become empowered. Because as a woman who has survived domestic abuse, that was the first step out, was to understand the need for money and what that would entail as far as how to save, how to pay bills, how to be able to have a safety net so I could get my own place, so I could be completely independent and free. So my recommendation is to seek out as many opportunities to become financially literate, and then to share that with your children and with anybody that you possibly can. And that's how I created the nonprofit that I ran in Rapid City for a few years, is by having a financial literacy program. And then we also utilized Onabin's program to support with entrepreneurship and to support with our local entrepreneurs. But the number one thing that we really spent a lot of time on were the financial aspects, because money is typically taboo. People don't like to talk about it. And then if you have had a poor credit history, that, brings shame along with it. But, for women that are going to grow and prosper, they need to be able to forgive themselves for the negative decisions they made and look forward to what could be possible and continue to build those goals and take it one step at a time, one day at a time. And if there's a trip up, just pick yourself up and do it again and keep trying until you find success and utilize the resources that are there. And I love hearing about these different opportunities that are provided through Monica's program, through Veronica's program, through the SBA, through Native CDFIs, through any type of grassroots organization that may be located within the community. Because we do see several types of communities providing the financial literacy, because that is the cornerstone to success at home and in business. And so I think that would be my piece of advice for any woman, would be to take advantage of the financial literacy opportunities that are there in the community.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you for opening up and sharing that. It's a great reminder about the generational trauma that a lot of our families face, and the challenges that sit behind that 51 cents per dollar, and the challenges that our women must overcome. So thank you. And also thank you for sharing about the Native CDFIs. I used to work with Native Community Development Financial Institutions. I care a lot about them. And there are 70 plus Native CDFIs across the country, located in a lot of communities, Native communities, and they provide most of their services for free, whether it's financial literacy, and also access to capital, loans, a lot of them unsecured loans for people that have the credit and want to build their credit. And those are great resources. We encourage you to look at them. We have a great partner in OESTA that the SBA is happy to support with Community Navigators pilot program. Thanks to our partnership with OESTA, we have increased the amount of Native American partners we have by 5 times. And if you go to oesta.org, you can see their partner organizations, including, I believe, Anna's old organization, the Black Hills Community Loan Fund. They're all doing great things and providing great services. So thank you, Anna. Veronica, you had some words to add and look like.
So I absolutely agree with everything that Anna shared. And I just want to thank and honor Anna for sharing her personal story, because I think those personal stories are what motivate other individuals to change their circumstances. So I think my biggest advice is never to be intimidated to dream bigger than your current circumstances. I think the one thing that we get hung up on, when whether it's geographic isolation or, living paycheck to paycheck, sometimes we lose the ability to dream. And I think the one thing that we always remind the entrepreneurs and the young people that we work with is your circumstances today do not dictate your path tomorrow. So dream about that small business, dream about building your assets and becoming more self-sufficient, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of the generations that will come in your community. For the entrepreneurs, I would encourage them to tap into every resource that they have available and not to be intimidated. I think most people come into a business planning class and they're automatically just terrified. And the first thing that I say to them is, this is your story. The business plan is just an extension of your story. So you can make it as simple or complicated as you want to make it. So tap into the SBA's resources. Find organizations like ONABN or Black Hills Community Loan Fund, who we just sent some books to recently, Anna. Take advantage of individuals like Monica, who have a desire to mentor other entrepreneurs. I think the one thing that I love the most about the cohort groups that we manage is the element of mentoring that exists kind of organically within those individuals. Be an advocate for other people, champion small business, and don't be resentful when someone else is doing good, because your time will come. So that's just my little bit of wisdom. And on the financial literacy part, what I neglected to mention is a relatively new program with ONABN is credit coaching. All of our training specialists and our budget analysts are certified credit coaches. And so we work with individuals on those scary things like credit scores every month.
Thank you, Veronica, for sharing. Thank you for that advice, and thank you for your leadership and being a great example. So thank you. Monica, same question to you.
I vision this question as, I have a 22-year-old daughter. She ran right through college with a snap of a finger, with almost seamless challenges compared to maybe the time when we all attended college. The point I'm trying to make is that I see and I foresee women of color, especially Native American women. I shouldn't be an anomaly out there in North America. You know, being a successful, highly encouraged entrepreneur with a nationwide footprint, hundreds of employees, and having a talented team, I should not be an anomaly for Native American women. I don't want to be. I want to grow more. I want to encourage other young women of color, all colors, to reach out to my desk. And I'm being seriously honest about this. And they do email me. I don't ever pass up on a cup of coffee to anyone in Albuquerque, or if I'm in another city or state, because the partnerships happen. I want to build more Monicas out there, more Montecs out there. And I take the opportunity, even an invitation from Jackson today is an opportunity, because I should be sharing this message with other people. Good people will take your coffee invitation and say, can I ask you a couple of questions, how you got started? The federal market is a very, very compliant organization and market. There are many compliances and insurances and all the other that go on behind the green curtain. So I don't ever want to discourage a young female from starting a company, because there's so many challenges out there in financial challenges, in receiving a line of credit, in receiving a loan, in receiving any of that, or hiring people, or when do I hire the first person, any of those. Those were absolutely first set type of questions that I encountered when I started my company in 2011. It started with one person, and it's Monica. The point I'm trying to make is it's doable. It's absolutely doable. Ask the good people that you know. If you live in the state of Arizona, or you live in New Mexico or Colorado or in the East Coast, you've already recognized who the entrepreneurs are, the highly successful ones. With that, send in a kind email. Pick up the phone and call them. Ask them for a cup of coffee or lunch. They're going to accept that invitation because they know where you're wanting to go. So that's my desire within the next years to come, is to take more opportunities like Jackson this morning and take those and speak about entrepreneurship and owning a company, a for-profit company, and actually seeing your family succeed, and pay it forward, move it forward, offer more to other young women who are thinking about becoming an entrepreneur. To me, from my personal own experience, this is the greatest reward that I've ever given myself. I've invested in myself, and it's been well over a decade. And it started with an education, and then it started with a corporation to give you the opportunity to learn all the vessels and the critical parts of a business, and then going off and starting your company. I don't want to be that anomaly in North America.
Wow. Thank you, Monica. That's a perfect message that we will leave it here today. Anna, Veronica, Monica, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you all and the work you do. And I feel like my late grandmother would be really impressed with the work that you're doing. But we don't want you to be an anomaly, and we want you to all the women listening, we want you to know that the SBA is here as a resource, as are everybody else here. And feel free to contact sba.gov/native, VIA, Office of Indian Entrepreneur or Indian Economic Development, OIED, onabin.org, and Montec, montec.com. I think. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inspiring panel and for the work and support that is amplifying the incredible accomplishments of Native American women entrepreneurs. On this uplifting note, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's time to get with the experts on much needed advice on innovation and investment, veteran small business certification, certification in contracting, and the Ascent platform. So grab that much needed coffee, tea, or water, and we'll be seeing everyone back here soon. Stay with us.
Thank you to the Office of Women Business Ownership for inviting me to speak at this year's Women's Entrepreneurship Summit. And in particular, a great big thanks to Donald Smith, Mark Madrid, Yvette Collazo, and the whole team at Entrepreneurial Development. And I'm grateful for you bringing us together today to focus on the importance of women-owned business contracting in the federal marketplace. And to all of the women entrepreneurs and innovators in the audience today, thank you for taking that leap of faith into the unpredictable and challenging, but endlessly rewarding world of business ownership. You form the bedrock of your community. You are the backbone of our U.S. economy and the baseline for upward mobility here in our country. You are in computer sciences, medical simulations, manufacturing, and every industry that we as a nation depend on for our future and that our children are counting on us to deliver. I'm here today to highlight how you continue to pave the road of prosperity in the U.S., creating meaningful, quality jobs by partnering with our federal agencies. And I'm so proud to share how SBA is serving and investing in you in return. Like many of you, I am no stranger to the highs and the lows of running a small business. As is often the case for women-owned entrepreneurs when faced with the glass ceilings of corporate America, or even of the government and local and state entities, many of us branch out to start our own businesses where we can be in charge, where we are the CEO or the president, where we can be the ones driving our country towards success. For 6 years, my brother Patrick and I worked to do just that, connecting Fortune 500 companies with small businesses and women-owned businesses so that the large firms could stay on the cutting edge of innovation and so that the small businesses could create jobs, generate wealth, and invest in their communities. It was during that time that I learned some of the same lessons that have brought many of you here today. I learned just how challenging it can be to land a contract, make payroll, forgo health insurance when times are tough, and then to wait and wait for that first check to arrive. And with government contracting, landing your first contract can be an even greater challenge. But the U.S. government is the biggest buyer in the world, with more than $560 billion in contracting each year. That's $560 billion in aircraft parts, biopharmaceutical research, cybersecurity improvements, green building architecture. That's $560 billion that has a significant impact on the outlook of our economy and our country. It's exactly because of this immense potential for far-reaching investments in our nation's small businesses, women-owned businesses, disadvantaged, veteran, hub zone, that I joined the Biden-Harris administration and the team of Administrator Isabela Casillas Guzman. President Biden and Administrator Guzman have placed a great deal of emphasis on breaking down historic barriers to opportunity to deliver for women-owned businesses, veteran businesses, hub zone and minority-owned firms who have been historically undervalued, underserved, and underrepresented. They know that small businesses have so much to offer the federal government, and that is why it is incumbent upon SBA and my office, through important policy changes in DC and through the dedicated work of our field team in our 68 district offices across the nation, and all of our resource partners, in particular the women-owned business centers, to widen the doors of access and opportunity. And on a national scale, we're doing just that by monitoring the progress of 24 cabinet and other agencies, including the Departments of Defense, Veterans Affairs, Energy and Transportation, as well as NASA and GSA, as they all work towards the congressionally mandated goals for contracting with women-owned businesses, service-disabled veteran businesses, disadvantaged and hub zone. We are the only office within the SBA that has this whole of government approach. And together with our partner agencies, that translates to almost $150 billion in small business contracts per year. But in addition, that translates to 26 billion in contracts with women-owned businesses in particular per year. What other industrialized country in the world is able to say that? This commitment to contracting, and especially contracting with women-owned firms, comes from the top. On day one of his administration, President Biden signed an executive order on equity and procurement, directing the federal government to overhaul how it contracts with small, women-owned, and socioeconomic firms. Because of this commitment to equity, SBA was able to work with the White House and our partner agencies last year to enact 5 major policy changes for federal contracting to ensure that socially and economically disadvantaged firms had a more equal playing field on which to compete in the federal marketplace. One key outcome from this issue was the development of a government-wide strategy to achieve President Biden's goal to increase small disadvantaged business contracting to 15% by 2026. In addition, the President and the White House recognized that we needed to do something about category management, which makes it very difficult for small businesses to compete for contract opportunities. After a year of negotiating with the White House, ONB, and our partner agencies, we agreed that all women-owned certified firms would be considered among the higher tiers, tier 2 in category management, so that the contract officers and the buyers would be incentivized to partner with women-owned firms, as well as disadvantaged businesses, HUBZone, and veteran-owned firms. In addition, we also took out a page of our playbook during the Obama administration and negotiated with OMB to ensure that the women-owned small business goal, as well as the other socioeconomic business goals, would all be in the performance evaluations of senior executive buying staff, as well as acquisition officers. So now the congressionally mandated goals, the overall small business, and the 4 socioeconomic goals are in the performance evaluations of over 40,000 contract officers and buyers in the federal government. Another significant outcome from these reforms is that for the first time in U.S. history, also after negotiations with White House and OMB, SBA released data on the percent of federal dollars that are contracted to Hispanic, Black, Asian American, Native, and tribally owned small businesses. Analyzed by the SBA and broken down or disaggregated by race and ethnicity, this data represents an important tool that we can utilize to ensure equity and transparency are realized across the federal government. As women-owned businesses, your entrepreneurial spirit is the driving force that will bring about a new set of circumstances for communities that have been left out of the boardroom or the golf course for far too long. It's you who will influence not only what happens in your hometowns, but every town. And it's you who have the best stories to tell about the importance of investing in small businesses in every sector of the economy in every corner of our nation. Together, I know we can leverage this moment to transform our communities and our country by giving small businesses, women-owned businesses like yours, the powerful tools to grow and adapt, create jobs, build an economy that works for everyone. So thank you for having me here. It is such an honor, and I look forward to seeing how you continue to innovate and drive change in the months and years to come.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2nd annual Women's Business Summit. We are just about to launch the incredible Ask an Expert series. To get things started, we're going to tackle a much needed support system around innovation and investment with Bailey DeVries, SBA Associate Administrator for the Office of Investments and Innovation.
Hello, my name is Bailey DeVries, and I serve as the Associate Administrator of the Office of Investment and Innovation at the U.S. Small Business Administration. It is my pleasure to be speaking with you today and sharing some information about the incredible programs in our portfolio at the Office of Investment and Innovation, and specifically to speak to how we support women entrepreneurs and women fund managers. So what is the Office of Investment and Innovation? Well, our office is responsible for the Small Business Investment Company program. You might say, what is that? Well, it is the federal government's public-private investment partnership program, whereby the U.S. Small Business Administration partners with by licensing private funds, venture capital funds, growth equity funds, buyout funds, private credit funds, mezzanine funds, and we license them and then we provide them with capital up to $175 million as a match to private capital that those funds raise. There are specific conditions, though, for receiving the match, and that is these funds must invest in U.S. small businesses. That's right. So these are private funds exclusively focused on getting capital to entrepreneurs that are starting, growing, or transitioning U.S. small businesses. It's a pretty incredible program. It has been around since 1958 and has had tremendous success. You may know the names of some incredible U.S. companies that got their start through funding from private funds that were licensed as SBICs. Companies like Apple Computer, Tesla, Whole Foods, Intel, amazing companies. And then last year alone, SBIC licensed private funds financed over $8 billion worth of transactions to provide capital to U.S. small businesses. Pretty incredible. Every year, the U.S. Small Business Administration will provide commitments of up to $5 billion to private funds that are licensed as SBICs. And then those funds are able to take that committed capital in addition to capital that they raise from private investors like banks and endowments, foundations, individuals, fund of funds, a host of other types of private investors to support the growth, creation, and sustainability of small businesses. Today, there are over 300 funds that have SBIC licenses. It's a pretty incredible program. And interestingly, and importantly, as part of the SBA's commitment to the President's executive order on advancing equity, the U.S. Small Business Administration gives priority to funds that are focused on underserved communities and underserved parts of the market. And what do we know? We know that there are not enough funds managed by women GPs. And so this is an area of focus and priority to us. And we are very interested in speaking with more funds that have women GPs. We believe that having diversity around the investment committee at these funds creates larger and more differentiated sourcing networks and can then lead to more small businesses and startups that are led by women entrepreneurs getting access to capital. So if you are a female investor, or if you're an entrepreneur and you happen to know some friends or individuals in your network that are investors, we'd love to talk to them. And so I would encourage you to reach out to the SBA Office of Investment and Innovation to learn more about the SBIC program. In addition to the SBIC program, we have the tremendous privilege of managing the federal government's R&D and prototyping program that extends across 11 agencies in the government. So agencies that have R&D budgets set aside money every single year to provide grants and contracts to entrepreneurs that are pursuing innovative research and prototyping of technologies that would ultimately be commercialized either for government use or for commercial use. So what is this program? This is the Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Tech Transfer programs. These are incredible programs, and the 11 participating agencies in the programs, they will release notice of funding opportunities or solicitations. Sometimes they're very specific, but other times they are full open opportunities where they're called open topics. And it's a great opportunity to submit ideas for research or prototyping and develop the earliest of ideas. And you receive funding from the federal government to go and pursue these great ideas. To help entrepreneurs that are interested in the Small Business Innovation Research and Tech Transfer programs, our office also supports a network of federal and state technology partnership organizations. And these are organizations that are located across the country in over 42 states that specifically focus on how can they help entrepreneurs access the SBIR and STTR programs. We publish a list of our FAST partners on our website and on sbir.gov. I would encourage those that are in fields of STEM and other innovation areas to check out sbir.gov to learn about the incredible opportunities offered through this program and the many partners across the country that can help entrepreneurs interested in pursuing grants and contracts through SBIR and STTR. And last but not least, we run an ecosystem development organization. So what is this? So we are uniquely positioned as a federal agency to help convene and bring together those organizations that are seeking to support entrepreneurs that are working in the area of innovation. And this year, we just actually launched our Growth Accelerator Fund competition, where we will provide prizes to organizations that are building capacity and forming relationships to launch accelerators in their communities to foster innovation. There are a number of different areas that we are focused on, from climate to national security to health and other areas of impact and importance across the country. But we also have a tremendous focus across the board on supporting more women entrepreneurs and accelerators that are focused on the ways that they can help women in the field of innovation get access to capital and the technical assistance necessary to launch and grow innovative startups. So those are all the resources within our office. We have an amazing team of almost 100 individuals that run our programs. And as I mentioned, a great way to get in touch is to reach out to our office directly. We have an inbox anyone can use, investinnovate@sba.gov. So investinnovate@sba.gov, or go to www.sbir.gov for more information on the SBIR program, our incredible FAST partners, and our Growth Accelerator Fund competition awardees from the past and future opportunities for prizes and grants. So with that, I would love to say thank you for the opportunity to share information about our incredible portfolio of programs, and welcome questions and input, and to learn more about organizations that are interested in working with our office.
Thank you so much, Bailey, for those incredible tips and great insights. Next up in our Ask an Expert sessions, please join me in welcoming John Perkins, Director of the Veteran Small Business Certification Program at the SBA.
I'm the Director of the Veterans Owned Small Business Certification Program. And I'm going to go over all of the ins and outs of the program in about 50 minutes. But first, the sea story. I can't do anything else, being a Navy guy, but tell a sea story first. I was the first lieutenant on the ship that you see before you, the Fort Fisher, in '94. And while we were headed out on deployment, my supply petty officer came to me and said that there were toilet paper rolls being stolen from the ship's head by the Marines. What happened was the Marines wanted to have a supply of toilet paper when they went ashore from the Fort Fisher. I asked the Marines to stop doing that, and I actually showed them the supply closet where we have the toilet paper and said, stop stealing the toilet paper. We can supply you with toilet paper, but the word didn't get out. And so some of the Marines continued to steal toilet paper prior to going ashore. So what I did was I had all the Marines, because I was the Marine liaison, gather on the flight deck, and I got a bullhorn and I said, look, I want to tell you, every time you go ashore, we're going to give you a couple of cases of toilet paper. So stop stealing the toilet paper. You don't have to do this the hard way. And that word got out, and they stopped stealing the toilet paper out of the heads. The moral of the story is this, that you don't need to have problems in an organization. First, let us know if you've got any problems, and that goes for Vet Search. If you're having problems in Vet Search, please reach out to the 1-866 number, or reach out to your case analyst or your federal reviewer and tell them the problems you're having. We pride ourselves on customer service, but we need to have dialogue on what's going on, and we'll try to explain to you what the limitations of the program are, but we want to make sure that you have a way to communicate with us. And the thing that I want you to remember is communicate, communicate, communicate if you're having a problem. The goal from the administrator of the SBA is simple: simplify, streamline, and shift. We want to have the preparation and submission of certification documentation and data simplified. We want to streamline the certification review process without compromising due diligence. We want to shift resources from funding from certification activities to training and growth activities. All three of these things have been accomplished by the new process. Here is, of course, the wire diagram. Every organization has to have one. I'm the director. My deputy director's name is Scott Wilson. My certification support lead, she's an expert in customer service, is Andrika McCain. Bill Mackin is our administrative guy that makes sure all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and he's an expert at that. And then Ben Ward is our risk compliance team chief lead, task lead. All five of us have been with CDE prior over 10 years, and now we've been with SBA about 6 months. Just a little background, the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act of 2021, officially required VA's CDE responsibilities to be transferred as of January 1, 2023. That was the law that said you will move from the VA to the SBA. That rule became final in the Federal Register November 29, 2022. And just so you all understand, what that means is the law said we will move over to the SBA, and then from the law, then the lower level regulation tells us how we are going to actually administer the program. And that Federal Register law was certified as 13 CFR 128 on November 29, 2022. And then, of course, we launched officially actually taking applications January 9th, 2023, which was amazing. Everybody did a great job over here at SBA helping us stand up. Highlights: along with the transfer to the SBA, there are changes to both process and system to receive certification, make it easier for owners to have someone assist them in preparing their application. One of the easier things that we have over on this side is we don't necessarily have to ask for all your tax documents back 5 years, which we had to on the old program. We're not looking for a full resume. There's a kind of a resume statement, if you would, inside of the system. And it's more about answering questions up front. Veteran applicants answer questions inside the system, and that gives us some answers that we don't have to ask for as much documentation when we get to the required documentation on the back end, which is really great. Agencies will continue to receive SDVOSB, which stands for Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business, Goaling credit for awards made to self-certified SDVOSB and non-SDVOSB set aside or sole source contract. What that means is the agencies will still be allowed to look for the current year for self-certified SDVOSB or VOSB sole source contracts for the next year. and for sole source and for set aside and subcontracting goals. So there's goals that each agency has to reach, and they can still do that for self-certified firms that went through the SBA to be self-certified. Now, here's a big one for this audience. The SBA Vet Cert program provides reciprocal certification for businesses with remaining eligibility in the WASB, that's Women-Owned Small Business and 8A programs. So if you are a woman-owned small business right now, what you can do is go into our program, claim that you are a woman-owned small business already certified by WASB, and then we will have an easier process as you come back the other way to get SDVOSB or VOSB. So that's great. So there's a reciprocal certification put right in the regulation that the administrator had put in there. So if you're WASB certified, it's a lot less process to get reciprocal certification. And the other way around, if you get Vet Cert first, then you will be WASB certified as well. You can just go back to the WASB program, go in there, and again, it's easier to become WASB. So the reciprocal certifications work both ways for women-owned, or a woman that owns a veteran certified and go back to WASB. So you can capture two different sole source ways to be more competitive in your competition for set aside contracts, both on the WASB federal wide and for the veteran federal wide, which is a really cool deal. It's a business friendly approach to ownership requirements that aligns veteran certifications with the 8A and WASB programs. And so then if you're a woman-owned business that is also 8A and WASB and you are a veteran, that's three things that you can get, and it's all reciprocal going either way. Joint ventures do not require certification. What does that mean? You used to, if you had a joint venture, what you had to do is come back into us and actually go through the process as a joint venture. Now all you do is you claim that you are service disabled, veteran owned small business, women owned. And what happens is then you just say, I have a joint venture, and you claim it. You don't have to come in for an actual separate case. Key policy highlights. SDVOSBs need to be certified by the SBA to receive sole source of set aside contracts. SDVOSB government-wide goal is 3%. It's larger at the VA. The VA has their own separate required goaling because they are veterans. They are a veteran agency, and that's their primary item is to support veterans. So their agency goaling is above 3%. Agency can still rely on self-certification for goaling purposes. I discussed that earlier. VOSBs, that's veteran-owned small business, continue to need to be certified sole source and set aside contracts from the VA under its Vets First authority. Now, what that means is if you're not service disabled, you can still get veteran-owned small business certified through Vet Cert, our organization, and then you can go after sole source VOSB set aside contracts only at the VA. The VA has veteran-owned small business set aside goals, but they're the only agency in the federal government that has that. The SBA has both the certification system and the search tool for the public acquisition professional. So there's a spot, and I'll show that slide later, where contracting officers and acquisition professionals look for set aside businesses that they're looking for a capability to meet their set aside acquisition requirements. WASB and 8A firms will have their certifications recognized as the qualified individuals are the same across programs. We discussed that. Here's some key policy issues. 1-year extension. Companies that were verified by the VA, CDE, prior to 1 January 2023 have automatically received a 1-year extension. What does that mean? Let's just say that you were supposed to expire by CDE March 1st of this year, 2023. All of those companies that had a prior certification got 1 year added. So we're not doing recertifications right now. So if their expiration date from CVE, as they rolled over to here, to SBA, that verification 1 year was added. So they're actually getting technically a 4-year verification. That's the only time we're going to do this. But in the rules signed out by the administrator, it adds a whole separate year. So what that means is this will push them out to March of 2024. That makes sense. Hopefully it does. There's a 1-year grace period. Companies may self-certify through 2023, but must also submit an application to SBA for a final determination, meaning you can still do self-certification through the SBA, but and that's for federal-wide contracts. Now, you can't do VA contracts set aside. You can't compete for VA if you're self-certified, but you can still do other federal agencies with self-certification through 2023. But at the end of 2023, you're going to need to get certified by VetCert. Certification will not be for a specific NAICS code. That's the middle bullet. What that means is that you have to have at least one NAICS code. What NAICS code means is North American Industry Classification Code. And that's your business type, really. You have to be small based on the SBA's requirement, but you only need one NAICS code that is listed in SAM.gov. And by the way, you have to have a SAM.gov profile active to be able to come into this program, but more on that later. But you only have to have one NAICS code where you're small and you qualify under the size standard that SBA has set in their regulation and in their tables. Final rule takes steps to harmonize and simplify the definitions of ownership, control, and day-to-day operations, and we'll get into that a little bit later in some other slides. OHA, what does that stand for? Office of Hearing and Appeals. If you disagree with the decision that we've made or you have a status protest, you go to the Office of Hearing and Appeals. And if you get denied by our organization, our higher appeal authority is the SBA Office of Hearing and Appeals. The surplus property program is open to VOSB and SDVOSB businesses. And so what that means is if there's surplus property, you can actually get VetCert qualified and go and actually get access to surplus property of all types from the federal government. Eligibility. To apply, owners identified by VA as a veteran and service-disabled veteran. Ding, ding, ding on this one. Don't skip by this one. Understand that SBA does not make the decision whether or not you are a veteran or a service-disabled veteran. That is the sole domain by the law of the VA. The VA is to make that determination. And that determination is important in the sense that if you believe you're a service-disabled veteran, but the VA says you are not, then we have to go with what the VA says. We're not allowed to overturn that decision. So we have a computer agreement with the computer systems agreement with the VA where they tell us, we ask them, is this veteran a veteran? And the way that's done is a 3-point check. And one of the major hiccups, and here's a frequently asked question, why is the VA saying I'm not a veteran? Sometimes it's because the address that you have on file with the VA is not the same address that you put into your application into the VetCert system. And if they don't match, what happens is the VA says we can't find this person. So you want to make sure that the address that you have on file with the VA is the same thing that you put in to the VetCert when you apply to our program. That makes it a lot less of a back and forth with the VA. Also, your name needs to be the same. So if you have a junior or a hyphen over on the VA side, you got to make sure it's exactly the same in VetCert. Okay, here's another big one. No less than 51%, remember that number, that's the magic number, of the business owned and controlled by one or more veterans, and in this case, women-owned small business veterans. For certification at SDVSB, no less than 51% owned and controlled by one or more service-disabled veterans. So the same thing for service-disabled, and or for the veterans who are permanently and totally disabled and unable to manage the daily business operations, the spouse or permanent caregiver qualifies, but you have to have go through some legal steps to be able to designate that spouse or permanent caregiver. 1-year extensions, certificate of extension. We've talked about this. She granted in the rule that you would extend anything that was going to expire this year, 1 year to 2024. New applicants certified by the SBA after January 1st will receive the standard 3 years. So it's not going to be a 4-year deal after this. It's only the ones that were certified at CVE to allow us to get up and running. So we didn't have a huge crunch of recertifications coming through and didn't disadvantage any veterans. The 2021 National Defense Authorization Act grants a 1-year extension, just like we discussed. During that grace period, self-certified businesses have 1 year to file an application, as I've discussed. and may continue to rely on their self-certification to compete for non-VA. Remember, it's not on the VA, it's the other federal agencies that will still allow self-certification to be okay for set-asides for those federal agencies. Self-certified STVC that apply before the expiration of the 1-year grace period will maintain their eligibility until the SBA makes a final eligibility decision. The transfer of the VA verification to the SBA requires nothing. That already happened. The SBA is accepting all businesses verified by the VA as SBA certified. So we just took their database, our database when I was CVE, and brought them across it. If they had time remaining on the clock, they have SBA certification with the extra year that we discussed. Business owners should verify that the email address used to register a VetCert account is the same email address they used in CVE for verification. If it is different, contact that customer service number, 1-800-862-8088, and that is our toll-free help desk number. If you are a VOSB or SDOSB that is VA certified, verified as of January 1st transfer date, again, the SBA has granted that 1-year extension. The 1-year extension is reflected in the SBA Veteran Small Business Search Tool. So that's already established that you've been given that extra year if you're already certified by CVE. For all verified businesses, as your verification expiration date approaches, you can apply for recertification to the SBA's new certification program. Now, because of the extra year, there's no recertification until the end of this year. And then probably toward the fall of this year, we're going to have a recertification capability open up for those that would expire early 2024. Does the transfer affect VA's Veterans First Authority? It does. There is no effect on VA's Veterans First Contracting Authority. The VA is looking to our system and going into our system looking for those people that are certified by SBA for their contracting authority. The VA's database and verified firms will also transfer to the SBA, who will own and maintain the database. We now maintain the database. So the VA contracting officers, the COs, if you would, look toward our database for all set-aside certified firms. This is important. Veteran qualifying status to law. This is one of the frequently asked questions. What does it mean to be a veteran? A veteran has to be, the term active duty means full-time in the armed forces other than active duty for training. And that small little phrase there, other than active duty for training, is extremely important. So there's a lot of folks that think because they went through boot camp and had a follow-on AIT school or some other school where they're still in training before they get to a final duty station, and then they go Guard and Reserve for the rest of their career, that they had enough time to be active duty for the purpose of this program. And that is not true. So what that means is you have to have active duty time beyond your initial training. So you can't go through, let's say, OCS or basic training and then get a follow-on school and then go straight to the Guard and Reserve and spend the rest of your career or still in Guard and Reserve and say, I have active duty time. You can't have it for active duty for special work. If your DD 214 says active duty for training only, then you are not a qualifying veteran. And remember, that's not we're making that decision. That's the VA that tells us. And they will not come back if it's only Guard and Reserve time. And by the way, I appreciate Guard and Reserve members. I love them. I used to work with them. I was a full-time supporter of the Guard and Reserve for most of my career in the Navy for 23 years. And I understand that issue, but the law is the law, and this is a law. This is not even in the regulation. This is a law that says who the VA will designate as a veteran. 38 USC 101-21 provides those two areas and basically says that you have to have active duty, at least 1 day of active duty time by this law, other than active duty for training. Step one, determine eligibility. The business owner must be a veteran or service-disabled veteran, like we've discussed, established by the VA as established in 38 CFR Part 74 or 13 CFR Part 128. Be considered a small business is defined by the size standard. We discussed that to at least one NAICS code listed in the business.sam.gov profile. Remember, the magic number is no less than 51% of the owner of the business must be owned and controlled by one or more veterans, one or more. So it can be a combination of women-owned veterans that combine together for the 51%. For certification in an SDVOSB, no less than 51% of the business must be owned and controlled by one or more veterans rated as service disabled. So you'd have to be a veteran owned 51% or service disabled veteran owned 51% in total to make that 51% to get the designation of veteran owned or service disabled veteran owned. But both of the ratings have to add up to 51% to get each rating. For those veterans who are permanently and totally disabled, as I discussed, they still may qualify for certification as the SDVOSB if their spouse or appointed permanent caregiver is assisting in the management. And there's a whole legal set of steps that you have to do to make sure that is correct and that is allowed. Step 2, you have to be registered in SAM.gov. You can't enter the front door. The system will not allow you to start answering questions until you really are registered in SAM.gov. You've got to prove you're registered in SAM.gov, and then the system goes back to SAM.gov, sees that you are registered. You need to have your NPIN number and your SAM registry complete in SAM.gov for you to be able to move forward. Step 3, gather required documents before beginning the application. We have a fact sheet listing the required documentation is available. It's sba.gov/VetServe. And I'll go over some of those required documents right now. For sole proprietorship, it's very little paperwork, but there is some. You've got to have one of. You can see the 3 bullets, the IRS SS4 TIN, issuance letter with the EIN, or fictitious name certificate or certificate of trade number, or a copy of the most recent Schedule C for your sole proprietorship. That's the least amount of paperwork. That's the simplest form of business organization. A partnership's got a little bit more. You have to have a partnership agreement, including all amendments. You must have minutes filed demonstrating or establishing the current operating practices when signed and dated. And all the things that you submit, always make sure that they're properly signed and dated and have all the page numbers in there if you're sending in a PDF document. But everything needs to be signed and dated if you're turning it into us. We'll always look for the signed and dated a legal copy, and that effectuates that business document. Election of appointed officers, if that's required, adoption and implementation of bylaws or operating agreements, voting and business decisions. So those are those 2 types of business types. Business documents by business type that is required for an LLC, copy of the articles of organization or equivalent, including all amendments, copy of certificate or equivalent showing the filing within the state that it's filed with, operating agreement, including all amendments. Make sure you include the most recent, including all the amendments. Make sure that it's signed and dated. That's always important. Minutes demonstrating or establishing the current operating practice when signed and dated. These legally serve as evidence of importance, such as the election of appointment of officers, the adoption and implementation of bylaws or operating agreements, business decisions, voting, how voting is accomplished. And that all allows us to see whether or not you are owned and controlled. Remember, the 2 big buckets we're going to start talking about is ownership and control that is established in 13 CFR Part 128. Corporation, copy of articles of incorporation or equivalent, including all amendment. The bylaws, you have to have bylaws, all corporate bylaws and amendments signed and dated as their effective date. A certificate or equivalent showing corporation's creation, shareholders agreements that is normal with the corporation, including all amendments, minutes demonstrating or the current operating practices when signed, and you can see the sub bullets that may show us legally the evidence of that you have control, ownership and control of those sub elements. A copy of the most recent stock ledger. Obviously, the stock ledger is going to give us an indication of the 51% controlling ownership that you need through a stock ledger, and that's the corporate structure normally associated with how a corporation is formed. Ownership. So here's one big bucket. Remember, 2 big wings. We have to establish ownership and control. Now we're looking at ownership. We've discussed this, at least 51%. Now look at the bold, direct and unconditional. Direct excludes through another business entity or trust, exception for a trust if it is revocable and veterans are grantors, trustees, and current beneficiaries of the trust. Meaning, if, let's say that you have indirect ownership, like part of your company that you are using to get to 51% is through a 401k, that may be problematic. That's not direct. You don't have direct ownership of at least 51%. So that may be indirect ownership if you own a 401k that then helps you get to that 51%. That may be problematic for direct ownership. Unconditional means not subject to any conditions, executory agreements, voting trust restrictions, or assignments of voting rights, or other arrangements causing or potentially causing the ownership benefits to go to another. What does that mean other than death or incapacity? Things like pledge or encumbrance of a stock as collateral is acceptable if commercially reasonable. Meaning normally in commercial standards, there can be an encumbrance of stock ownership only if it's acceptable in commercial reasonably done in normal business practices. Unexercised options held by qualifying veterans are disregarded. So if it's an unexercised stock option, unexercised options or conversions by non-veterans are treated as an exercise unless they are held by an SBIC. Right of first refusal doesn't affect unconditional if it is commercially reasonable. What is right of first refusal? That means if the women-owned veteran wants to sell to a partner, that she wants to sell, if the bylaws say that she has to sell to that owner, that's commercially reasonable. In other words, it's commercially reasonable to allow to say you have the right first to buy the veteran ownership shares. That's okay. But if it says you must sell the ownership to the non-veteran owner at a lower price than the stock is worth, that may be a problem. That may be an unconditional problem in how ownership is viewed for that particular bylaws. Ownership additional details, dividends and distributions. Qualifying veteran must be entitled. That word entitled that's bolded is very, very important. What it means is you must be entitled to 51% of all annual distributions and profits. And the qualifying veteran ability, and look at that star, it's important, to share in the profits of the concern must be commensurate with the extent of his or her ownership. Doesn't mean you have to take it, but it means you should be allowed to take it if you want to take it as the women veteran-owned small business owner. Meaning you can take it if you want to, but if you want to put that back into the business and you make that decision, that's fine. You don't have to take it, but you are entitled to take it, and that is your decision. Your decision in ownership control that you can take that distribution and profits, but doesn't have to. That's important. 51% of the retained earnings, same thing, of the company, and the 100% of the unencumbered value of each share of stock interest in the event of dissolution. So community property is no longer an issue. It's calculated without regard to community property. So the interest, the 51% interest, does not take into account community property if there's a split in some sort of relationship in community property states. Surviving spouse qualifies, as I've discussed, if he or she acquires interest in the deceased service disabled veteran. These are the issues, these are the elements. Terminates if surviving spouse remarries or relinquishes ownership. So terminates after 10 years if the death was due to a service-connected disability. So then terminates after 3 years if the death was not a result of service-connected disability. Ownership business types. Partnership, 51% of the aggregate voting interest must be unconditionally controlled, owned by the veteran, or the qualifying veteran. LLC, 51% of each class of member interest must be unconditionally owned by qualifying veteran. And then, of course, a corporation, 51% of all the aggregate of all stock outstanding, and 51% of each class of voting stock must be held by the qualifying veteran. For publicly owned businesses, there's an exception about ESOP ownership. Now we're into the second big wing, control. And it's general, management and daily operations, long-term decision-making, day-to-day control of operations. You must have management daily operations. So the control there is you make your decisions. You can buy anything when you want to as the veteran owner. You can make any decision about both buying something, deciding to hire people, the long-term decisions, whether or not you're going to expand in the future. All those decisions have to be made by the veterans or veteran owners of the business. You don't have to have managerial, you don't have to have the technical expertise, that's the third sub-bullet under the second bullet, or directly hold professional licensing. So you have to be the expert, but you have to have managerial and supervisory control over those who do. Going up to the first sub-bullet, you do have to be the highest officer, and that's in the reg as defined in the business governing documents. And you have to have the managerial expertise of the extent and complexity needed to control the concern. Control over partnership. Veteran must have role as the general partner. Control over LLC. Veteran or veterans must have roles as managing members. Meaning you have the mother may I rule on all three of these. You can control without encumbrance from any other veteran. You can make decisions. Outside obligations, the highest officer may not have outside obligations that prevent veterans from devoting time and attention to the concern to control its daily operations and management. Generally, must devote full time during business's normal hours of operation, but as long as the veteran has ultimate managerial and supervisory control over day-to-day management and long-term decision-making, as long as they have that, generally we can consider that they have control and full-time control during the business's normal hours of operation, as long as the veteran can prove they have ultimate managerial and supervisory control over day-to-day management operations. If fewer hours are given to the SBA, to the concern, the SBA assumes lack of control, but the veteran can provide information demonstrating control if, again, they have the ability to manage and supervise control over the day-to-day operations. Exception for extraordinary circumstances. No lack of control if unanimous consent is required to. So there's not going to be a lack of control found if you have to add a new equity stock stakeholder, if you dissolve the company, sell the company or all assets of the company. If those decisions have to be made and you have to ask other members, these are normal consent issues in normal business practices. Or if you declare bankruptcy, obviously you need to consult your other partners. You don't have to have complete control for those subset of items for extraordinary circumstances. But those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas where you don't need, you can have unanimous consent in your other partners, in your other business owners to do those things. You don't have to be able to just do that on your own. Exception for active duty. If reservist is called to duty, other individual must be appointed and docs provided to the SBA that who is controlling the business during that time. Control. Corporations must control the board of directors. 100% of all voting stock held by the veteran and veteran is on the board of directors. 51% of voting stock held by a veteran and veteran is on the board of directors. No supermajority, which cannot be overcome by the veteran owner. 2 or more veterans together own 51% or more each is on the board of directors, and the qualifying veterans have enforceable agreements to permit one of the qualifying veterans to vote as a block, meaning the veterans get together and vote as a block without a shareholder meeting. If it's a supermajority, meaning there is a rule within the bylaws stating that you have to have a supermajority, let's say you have to have 55% voting in a way, then the percentage of the veterans block has to be greater than that 55%. It might have to be 75% owned by veterans, must exceed that threshold. So if a supermajority issue is put into the bylaws, then the veterans have to be able to overcome that. Again, what it is the veterans have to have the mother may I. They don't have to mother may I back to anybody else for decisions. That's what this is saying, control over the board of directors. They have to have control over the board of directors as a group. If none of the above are the case, veterans must control the board of directors through actual numbers of voting directors or through weighted voting, meaning the veterans have greater weighted voting than the non-veterans. They can make a decision as the veterans. Quorum requirements cannot yield circumstance of negative control where non-veteran owners can prevent corporate action by not showing up. Meaning, if the veterans want to have a meeting, they can have a meeting. They can't be negatively controlled by the non-veteran on the board of directors saying that we don't want to meet and therefore actions can't be taken. Again, it's the mother may I rule. What it means is the veterans have to have control. They can have a meeting. They can't be stopped by having a quorum of non-veterans not showing up to say no meeting can occur. So those are the issues for board of directors. Here's the process in phase view. This is important. When you start your process, you'll go to the SBA log on for VetCert. Your application submission will start when you create an application. You upload your required documents. Remember, you have to be SAM.gov's already in SAM.gov and certified in SAM.gov. Owners upload required personal documents and sign VA Form 0877. That's attesting to everything you're saying is true. You're attesting to your ownership percentages. And owners have to log in and put all their information in their system, in the system, to show who the owners are. Once you get all those documents in there, you move to the second phase, which is intake. An intake analyst validates basic eligibility requirements. The intake analyst requests sent to veterans any documents that need to be sent prior to the application phase. They may look to make sure that if you're missing any documents, what they should do is come back to you and say you're missing your operating agreement for your LLC or your bylaws for your incorporation. They also might look at whether or not you have signed and dated everything correctly and ask you to upload meeting minutes if they see that you did not upload meeting minutes for a partnership or a sole prop, those kind of things. Any of the required documents we went over before, the intake analyst should make sure that that's in there. Next, you'll go to the assessment phase. Once the intake analyst says, yep, all the documents are there. Here's where we look inside of the business documents and make sure you have those ownership control elements that I talked about before, that you have, that you are the highest officer. If in one of the ownership documents, you are not listed as the highest officer, the assessment analyst, the level 1 analyst may come back to you and say, you are not the highest officer by your own rules. Your meeting minutes show somebody else to be the highest officer based on what you put in your operating agreement or your bylaws. And so they may say you need to adjust your bylaws, your operating agreement, and you have that opportunity in this phase to change some of those documents. You're given about 5 days to try to go ahead and correct those bylaws, and then get new bylaws and amended operating agreement to make sure you're the highest officer, or provide meeting minutes, whatever it takes to overcome the issue on ownership and control in this phase as we look at your documentation. So it doesn't mean you're just going to get a denial in this assessment phase. Once all of this is done, hopefully if everything's right, the federal reviewer makes the final decision. All decisions are made by the federal level. It is an inherently governmental process, so therefore we have a federal employee looking at all these documents and pressing the last button to say you are approved. Or if you get a decline letter, then you can be out for 90 days, but then you can come back in. At any part of this process, you're allowed to withdraw. So let's say you're in assessment and you can't get some folks to sign a new operating agreement. What you can do is just withdraw and then come back in later, and you'll go quickly through the process because everybody will see that you've got everything done and now you've got your correct operating agreement fixed if you can't fix it within the 5 days. So this is a very, very customer-friendly process. You can reach your intake analyst or your your level 1 analyst or your level 2 analyst or your Fed reviewer as you're going back and forth. If you take a decline letter, still it's not the end of the world. You could wait 90 days and then you could come back in and try again. Here's the log on slide, veterans.certified.sba.gov. That's where you would log on. You would create an account. You get established. You'd then wait for some certification to go on in the intake phase like we've discussed. And what would happen is the computer would do a check back with SAM.gov. It would also do a check back with VA, validate what you are saying, and then you move ahead as long as there are no problems. But that is where you register. This is the register site. This is the search tool that their contracting officers use. And here's, you can search by business name, by SAM.gov UEI number, by Dunn's number, that's the old number that used by Dun and Bradstreet, by state territory, by NAICS code. So what happens is the contracting officer in different areas might be looking for a capability of somebody that can cut grass for a veteran cemetery. That would be under a certain NAICS code, North American North American Industry Classification Standard. They look under that NAICS code and try to find a capability in that area with that NAICS code. So this is how that search function works. Is the Veteran Small Business Certification Program related to the SBA, My SBA initiative? The My SBA initiative is under development. What that would do is create a common way to log on. So if you're going after a small business loan, or you're going after an 8A certification and or WASB certification in y'all's case, being women-owned small business, you would have the same log on. Right now that is not established, but once it is established, there'd be one log on, and then you'd be able to go after all these certifications in one spot. For more information, you can go to these websites or call the toll-free number, or you can go to the frequently asked questions that can be found at veterans.certified.sba.gov. There is a frequently asked questions section if you have some things you just want to peruse through before you can start getting your material together and thinking, how do I want to verify and when? And that is the best way to start. Just going to the frequently asked questions, or you can call the 800 number, 862-8088, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. through 6 p.m. Eastern time. You can also email at vetcert@sba.gov. And again, I've listed that website, www.sba.gov/vetcert, when you're ready to get going. This concludes my brief, and I'm looking forward to you coming in and becoming women-owned small business vet cert. And I hope you come in and try it if you're not already certified. If you are certified, understand you have to recertify every 3 years. Thank you very much and have a great day.
John, thank you so much for helping us navigate through the process and provide those helpful tips. Up next, please welcome to our Ask an Expert series, Elisa Sheard, WOSB Federal Contract Program Director. She will help guide us through federal certification and contracting.
Good afternoon, everyone, and happy Women's History Month. It is an amazing month to review and think back of all of the achievements of women and contributions to our history, women's contributions to today's environments, communities, and our businesses that many, many women own across our country and nation. I am Elisa Sheard. I am the director of the WASB, the Women-Owned Small Business Federal Contracting Program. And today I will be highlighting and providing an overview of about how to use the program and the process for getting certified for participation in this program today. So I want to begin in explaining that the federal government has a responsibility of using small businesses. And across the federal government, there's a certain amount of those dollars that over 600 billion of spend for the US federal government, percentages of that have to be set aside for small businesses that fit certain categories. These are called set-asides and socioeconomic categories. There is 5% that should be going to women-owned small businesses. There is now 12% that should be going to small disadvantaged businesses, and 3% for firms that are certified in our Hub Zone program. And our service-disabled vet businesses should also be getting a 3% of the $600 billion that gets spent by our U.S. federal government. Recently, there was an increase to our small business goal up to 12% and is expected to keep climbing. But we are recognizing that many of our women-owned small businesses fit that category as well. So counting in both spaces works to the federal government's benefit, so that firms that are women-owned small business will also be able to contribute and take advantage of that small disadvantaged business category. Awesome. So I want to highlight and be transparent about what is occurring in the federal marketplace. Only 2 times in history has the federal government across the board achieved the 5% goal of awarding opportunities to women-owned small businesses. So there is absolutely an opportunity for the government to increase its utilization and an opportunity for more women-owned small businesses to enter the marketplace so that we can encourage our federal customers that they are capable and ready women-owned small businesses to perform and provide services and products to our federal customers. So I want to talk about the WASB Federal Contract Program because it is a part of that larger prime contracting goal. It is not the sole driver, but it is a part of that larger contracting goal, and launched in 2008 based on industries where women have been underrepresented. And so the program is tied to research that we perform every 5 years to assess where women-owned small businesses are achieving opportunities, are being successful in getting contract awards, and SBA puts out a list every 5 years of those industries based on underrepresentation in certain things. So it might be construction, where women aren't significantly represented. It might be plumbing. It might be IT services. It might be administrative and management services. There are over 900 industries, and we do a research on all of them every 5 years. So the purpose of the program is to help take advantage of that, the goal, the prime contracting goal, to be able to create limited opportunities, meaning competition is only for women-owned small business that are certified by our program, or economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses, our EDWSB, that are participating in our program. Contracts can be limited to just those designations so that it's not the larger pool of every small business competing for work. It is just women-owned businesses that are putting their best foot forward to be awarded an opportunity to serve the government. We're also hoping that the results of increasing awards to women-owned small businesses and our EDWSB to build capacity and growth through increasing your revenue through doing business with the government. As we've shared, the government spends over $600 billion. So there's absolutely space and room for women-owned small businesses to grow and build a small business. I want to highlight some of the unique aspects as it relates to our program, as we are different than the other certification programs. One being we are industry-based. As I shared, we do that research every 5 years. So last year, we increased the number of industries from 444 to now well over 700 industries are now available on our list of industries that can be a part of this program. So that means a greater pool of contracts now become available for women-owned small businesses to get awards, to compete for opportunities. And that list is available on our SBA.gov/WOSB Ready website. Also, we launched the new certification process in 2020. And now all firms that want to participate in this program, meaning they want to be able to have opportunities limited to just women-owned businesses, they want to be able to bid on opportunities that are limited to just EDWSBs, all of them now have to complete an application through our website, wosb.certify.sba.gov. Again, all WASBs and EdWASBs must complete an application via wosb.certify.sba.gov. Also, one of the benefits that we've added when we launched the new certification program is that when we complete and formally certify a women-owned small business, that information is posted on our dynamic small business search tool. We call it DSBS for short. The Dynamic Small Business Search Tool is a publicly available website that many of our federal acquisition professionals and our contracting officers, our small business specialists use to complete research and verify who's in the small business community, who has capabilities to perform the services that they're looking for, and are these firms in any of our certification programs that SBA offers. So this is now available and is shown through the dynamic small business search tool. So I want to highlight some of the great news that we have to share and some of the feedback that we received from our women-owned small businesses. I heard last year of a wonderful woman that won an award from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Not long after she got her Ed WASB certification, she was able to have a second shift added to her production line and hire more employees to her company. As you all know, women give back into their communities, and they absolutely hire from within their communities, contributing to the U.S. marketplace. Also, another services able vet firm was she was also Ed WASB certified. So she had 2 certifications that she was relying on, and she was awarded a $6 million opportunity for her small company out of Atlanta. So you can imagine how she is growing her workforce and creating jobs and pouring into the local economy in her community. The last item I want to specifically highlight, because it's so important to know that with the $1.2 billion that were awarded to WASB's and Ed WASB's firms in FY21, that it created such an impact to the U.S. economy and marketplace that WASB's, those that received the set-aside programs, have been found from research that was recently published to be the most biggest impact across all of the set-aside categories. So 2.8 times. So every dollar that is awarded, there's 2.8 times from those dollars awarded that's poured back into the U.S. marketplace from our women-owned small business. That exceeds every single one of SBA's programs, certification programs that are available. And that's amazing what women are doing and contributing back to their marketplace. So just imagine if we were able to have more opportunities poured to our women-owned small businesses and what that could do for our local economy and our U.S. market. So I want to highlight the number of participants that are in the program. We have been busy since October of 2020 with our mighty team of analysts processing applications. We have well over 8,348 and counting program participants at this time. So yes, we have a pool of ready and willing firms to do business with the government. I'm highlighting some of those industries that we find in our program participant pool. These are the top industries. When we have women in engineering, we have women in construction, there are women-owned small businesses in IT services, and you too can apply and get certified to participate in this program. We have a mix of mostly WSB certified firms. And then we have about 30% of our firms are also designated as economically disadvantaged. So there is growth and opportunity to be found in this program. Highlighting that we launched again in October 2020, and reiterating that all firms that want to participate, all WASB firms that want to participate in this program can apply for free. They can visit wsb.certify.sba.gov and apply for free. SBA does have third-party certifiers. We only have 4 that are approved. Again, we only have 4, and I'll show that list in just a moment. That are approved, but there is a cost associated with their services, but there are benefits to each of those organizations and going and utilizing their services. So SBA has 2 options for you. You can use our free application process, or you can use a third-party certifier, but a third-party certified firm must still use wosb.certify.sba.gov, submit an application, and give us their certificate so that we can properly update all of the federal certification publicly facing certification systems. So again, all firms, even those that are third-party certified, must visit our online portal to submit an application and provide us their documents. Our third-party certified firms, our 8A firms, and our Veteran Cert program, which is one of our newest programs under SBA, receive a streamlined review process because they have already been examined by either SBA analysts or by one of SBA's approved third-party certifying organizations. One thing I want to note is that women-owned small businesses that are not participating in this program, they are not eligible for set-asides, but they can still continue to designate themselves as a woman-owned small business. We are aware that many of our federal agencies feel confident in using the procurement process of the WASB program, and they feel a bit more assured in the integrity that they are working with a firm that is formally certified by SBA. Here on this slide, we share our 4 third-party certification organizations. That is the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the National Women's Business Owners Corporation, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and Women's Business Enterprise National Council, WBENC for short. These are all the SBA third-party certifiers, and these are the only SBA third-party certifying organizations that are allowed to formally certify firms for this program. So is the WASB certification appropriate for you? I think the first question that you want to start with asking, and I'll walk through these requirements of the program, is, are you looking to do business with the federal government? Then, do you have the managerial experience? Do you have a resume that's updated showing all of the duties that you perform for your company and your small business? Are you the highest officer of that small business? And do you operate in the NAICS codes that's found on that list? That is important because you want to make sure that if you're taking the time to get certified, that there are going to be opportunities once you complete that process. Of course, you have to know that we require that 1 or more women have 51% ownership of the firm and that women manage the daily operations. We do not require a minimum time in business. So if you do decide to start a business up, you want to make sure that you're able to support it and managing the day-to-day operations of that company and meet the ownership requirements as outlined here on this slide. Next, for those that are seeking economic disadvantage status, they must have a personal net worth of less than $850K, a 3-year average income of $400K or less, and have a fair market value of all assets of $6.5 million or less. These thresholds have recently increased. So again, opening the opportunity for more firms to seek economic disadvantage status and take advantage of many of the benefits that are afforded to our economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses. So here's a snapshot. We've talked about wasb.certify.sba.gov, but here's what it looks like, and here's what you can find on this website. There's a checklist of all the things that you need to prepare before you begin applying for the program. We have a should I apply section that helps you evaluate, are you eligible for this program? We have a help tab that will allow you to submit questions, or if you have trouble during the application process, where you can get assistance. And we have a knowledge base that's filled with tons of articles and videos and work for instructions on how to navigate the application process and answer many of the questions that you might have today. So highlighting some of these sections that are found on wsb.certify.sba.gov is should I apply? It walks you through a module that's going to ask you some questions that are important in order for you to be eligible for this program. Our program is guided by regulatory requirements. So a firm has to demonstrate that they meet each one of those requirements in order to get certified by SBA. Preparing to apply. This is the entire checklist, oh my goodness, of all the required documents that have to be submitted to SBA, depending on which designation you are pursuing. So our WSB firms have a list, and our EDWSB firms have a modified list with additional financial documents that have to be provided to SBA. So this Prepare tab will make sure that you are ready to go forward into the application process with all of the required documents that SBA is going to ask for, and the things that we're going to be evaluating and analyzing the information of. First and foremost, before you, after you've prepared for applying for the program, you want to make sure that your firm is first registered in SAM.gov, the System of Award Management for all of the federal government. You want to make sure that your firm is registered in there, and on this Prepare tab, it even tells you how you want to make sure you're designated inside of SAM.gov. So be sure to visit our Prepare tab and learn more. Getting started walks you through again that going to SAM.gov and getting your unique entity identifier, UEI for short, you may have heard. We've moved away from using DUNS, and now the term is UEI. So you have to have that UEI in order to do business with the federal government, registering in SAM, and then you begin to create an account with SBA in order to be able to submit your application. So you're creating an account, a profile with the SBA Connect solution, and then that will help you get to a WASB application through our system. So let's shed a little light on how the application process works. A firm, of course, submits their application into the WSB.certified.sba.gov portal. And submission is just providing and uploading documentation and answering all of the application questions that are put forward. Then the application must go through a screening process. So we have analysts that are going to take a look to make sure first that all of the required documents are present in that application and everything is present in order for SBA to move forward. It creates delays of going back and forth if we do not have all of the required documents in order to be able to process the application. Once we have everything to determine an application is ready and complete for an analyst to begin their review and analysis, it moves forward to the analyst review. They are looking at ownership, they're looking at control of the company, and that begins our 90-day window of time for application processing. They may reach out for questions to be answered. They may ask for more documentation. And then our analyst then puts forward a recommendation to me to say, where think this firm is good to go. My supervisor checks that information out, make sure it checks out, and then it's routed to me for final decision of approval or decline. And then we issue a letter to reflect that determination. And so I want to go over in today's presentation a few of the common application issues that we see inside of our system as we are in 2023, almost our official 3-year mark. So we've developed some trends and things that we've seen happen across the application process for some of our applicants. Missing the filed articles of organization and incorporation. This is a critical document because we have to see how you've incorporated with your state. And typically that's done through your Secretary of State office. So if you can't find that document, that is actually available on many of the websites for your state where your firm is registered. And that is usually the Secretary of State inside of your local state organization. So again, we want to make sure that we get the proper articles of organization or articles of incorporation that you have filed with your state. One of the other issues that we see is we don't see signed operating agreements. They have to be signed so we know that you are executing and committed to what you have outlined and how you will conduct the business that you have formed. So we need those documents signed, as well as for our corporations. We either need the bylaws to be signed or the meeting minutes that show that you all have agreed across your officers that this is how we're going to operate, and we are adopting these rules or provisions in our bylaws to be able to adhere to in operating our business. Also, for our corporations or some LLCs that also have stock ledgers and stock certificates, we require the stock ledger for a corporation. And sometimes we don't see an efficient, formatted stock ledger. Things like the name of the firm is sometimes even missing. So we're not always sure, is this stock ledger for this firm? Or sometimes we see stock ledgers for a different firm name than the one that submitted the application. So it's so important that you verify and make sure that you organize your documents before submitting an application. Make sure they're all formatted correctly, because you don't want to cause any confusion when an analyst begins reviewing those documents. For stock certificates, we know not all businesses issue those stock certificates, but for those that do issue them, we need the front and the back. The back of it is often where firms will cancel stock certificates or terminate a stock certificate or transfer a stock certificate. So we need to know the front and the back. Even if the back of the certificate is blank, we do need to see that so that we know nothing has transpired with that particular stock certificate. Resumes. I can't highlight this enough because I feel like our women-owned small businesses can tell their story so much better than they are doing. One, let's put our name on our resume, and let's be sure that the resume is demonstrating the position you hold as the highest officer of your company, the work that you perform. What are your duties? You're officer, you're CEOs, you're a founder, you are the managing member, you're all these things, president of your companies. And we want to know what those duties are that you perform for your company. So make sure those items are clearly articulated and spelled out for the day-to-day operations of that company. We want to make sure you show your educational items, certificates that you hold, and any licenses that your company is required. We see things, for example, for construction firms and a license, general contractor license often for some of our construction firms. So we want to see that you hold that license and that you are in control of that business. Outside employment and full-time devotion. We have received a lot of inquiries about this. And the best way we can say it is if you are employed either part-time or full-time in another organization, or if you own multiple companies, we ask that you provide us a letter of explanation, being able to spell out to us the operating hours of your business and the days of the week in which you are dedicating to your business. We are not declining or removing firms that have outside employment or full-time devotion or have other businesses, but we need to be clear and understanding how you're operating this business and that you're able to dedicate to the operating hours of your business. So it's important that you explain it to us. We're happy to review the letter and provide questions if we are unsure of the information that's within the letter. One last item to highlight that we see is often with our economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses and the financial documents that are required. Earlier this year, to be January 31st to be exact, we reduced the number of documents. We understand the administrative burden that many of our applicants face, and we wanted to make sure that it was easier as well as more smoother to ensure that you get all the requirement documents submitted to SBA. So we've reduced the requirements to just your most recent year's W-2 or 1099. We're only requiring the last 2 years of your individual federal taxes. This is often called the 1040, and the last 2 years of your federal taxes. We know that for our startup firms that are just starting in the last month or two, and or hasn't operated in over a year, you may not have federal business taxes. So in those situations, providing a letter and explaining that is always the best solution when there's a document you do not have that is required by SBA. So you want to ensure that for those of you that are using software tools to be able to complete your taxes, that when you send us the PDF, that it has all of the documents that were in that tax return. We don't need your state taxes, but we do need all of your schedules and attachments that go along with any of your federal taxes for your individual returns, as well as for your business returns. So double check your documents, make sure everything is there. And I just want to highlight that even though we reduced this amount of documents that we are requiring, SBA can request additional documents. So we can go back and say, hey, we need additional information because we have the following questions. So just keep that in mind. You want to make sure that you are providing full packages of information and removing any questions that might come forward about the application. I want to highlight, when you are certified by SBA, there are 2 designations, as you all heard earlier. You've heard me say WSB and EDWSB. And WSB is the larger pool of firms. EDWSB is the smaller subset. So when you are certified as an economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business, you are automatically qualified as a WOSB. Our economically disadvantaged women-owned small business can also compete for contracts, and that can be even smaller pool of competition amongst those that carry that designation. So there's opportunity in getting that certification, and also our economically disadvantaged WOSBs can also participate in our programs related to technical and management assistance, and working with that program to get provided free services to be able to navigate the federal marketplace. So what is WOSB Ready? You've done all this steps. You've completed your certification. You've gotten approval by SBA. What is being ready to do business with the federal government? Now you're qualified for set-asides and sole source opportunities because you have your certification. You want to make sure that you have properly and clearly communicated which industries of that 733 that you are eligible for and that could potentially get opportunities for. You want to consider, what is it going to take to grow the capacity of your company? Is joint venturing and partnering with other firms something in your plan? And sometimes these opportunities that the federal government puts out are big and massive. And so sometimes you might need a partner in order to be able to pursue those opportunities. And that's where things like our SBA Mentor Protege program come into play, where you can get mentorship from a large business that you bring to SBA and say you want to partner with. So that is also critical and important to note. We have partnerships with organizations such as Women Impacting Public Policy and American Express to support our education initiative called Challenge Her. And we have events throughout the year for Challenge Her that teaches women-owned small businesses about how to navigate the federal marketplace, how to organize, how to bid. What are those components? It is overwhelming sometimes to know all these pieces and to know all the parts that go with trying to do business with the government. So I highly recommend visiting the Challenge Her website to look at some of the past educational series that we've posted and some of even just the basic pieces as it relates to being a women-owned small business in the federal marketplace. Of course, next, a part of being ready is to know how to market your business. And that comes with researching. And that means putting in the work. So you're going to have to research who your federal buyers are. You know your industries, but who is buying in those services and who is buying in those spaces? I will say the biggest challenge is you can't be something to everybody. So you want to make sure you narrow your focus to just 1, 2, or 3 at most agencies, and do they buy the services that you have to offer to them? And how they go about buying it is also important. So you want to identify that. That's a part of identifying their procedures and how they make their buying decisions. This is where the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization or the Office of Small Business Programs and DoD are critical for you to have a partnership with, to engage with, and to request one-on-ones or in-person meetings with. So please visit the OSDBUs for agencies that you are looking to move forward with. Be sure to focus. You can't be everything to everyone. And as my dad and mom would say, can't be a jack of all trades. You're never going to be effective in being in every single bucket instead of concentrating on things you do extremely well. Lastly, you want to make contacts. You want to network. You want to be in spaces where other federal contractors are. You want to be in spaces where those that are buying from the federal vendors are. So you want to make sure that you are paying attention to those social media platforms, where those events are occurring, and what spaces are most relevant to the business and services that you have to offer. So what's ahead for the WASB Federal Contract Program? We are going to definitely continue to increase the pool of participants and continue to grow that number as large as it will climb to. We're going to continue to focus on improving customer experience, making sure the technology is consistently working for all of those that are going through the application process. We're going to continue to examine and review our regulations. And if there are areas where we can remove administrative burden, we will absolutely take that course of action. And then we are advocating and creating awareness for our federal acquisition community, making sure they know how to award to our women-owned small businesses program participants. And that way we are increasing the number of set-asides and opportunities made available for you. And then we want to make sure their resources are also proficient and aware of how to help women-owned small businesses that want to be in the federal marketplace. We want to keep increasing that pool of where those resources can be found so that it can be maximized across the entire country. So some resources for you that you may want to take the time to visit even after today's presentation is our WASB Ready website at sba.gov/WOSB Ready. You want to view all of the information available on that website. And then you want to review our knowledge base that's found on our wasb.certified.sba.gov website. I also encourage getting local assistance from one of our SBA resource partners. If you go on sba.gov and click on local assistance, you can put in your zip code and find the nearest resource partner to you, even the local district office. I would highly recommend utilizing our women business centers, but all of our resource partners are ready to help and assist those that are trying to participate in SBA's programs and entering the federal market space. I just want to thank you all so much for listening in today's Ask the Expert session for our Women's Business Summit. It has been my pleasure to join you all today and to share information as it relates to the WSB Federal Contracting Program. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
We so appreciate you sharing your expertise, Elisa. Thank you. And for all women business owners joining, we are grateful for the support and resources in helping to demystify this whole process. Now, please join me in welcoming Mark Madrid, Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, as he shares tools and guidance in maximizing the incredible resource of the Ascent platform.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Madrid, Associate Administrator for the United States Small Business Administration, and I lead with a strong team the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. And I'm delighted to be here with strong team members, Don Sadler and Justin Hinton. And what we're doing here is really providing a pathway of education, and it's free. And so our boss, the administrator of the SBA, Isabella Casillas Guzman, she often says, we've got to meet our small businesses where they are, everywhere they are. And of course, that includes our women entrepreneurs who are fueling this economy. Happy Women's History Month. Delighted to be a part of the second annual Women's Business Summit. So let's get right down to business, because we know you have a choice with your time and you've chosen to be here. So we want to make sure and create that value for you. So what we're presenting today is a powerful tool that's absolutely free, and it's called Ascent. And Ascent is a powerful learning platform designed to meet the needs of women entrepreneurs, just like you all. And Ascent focuses on women entrepreneurs with existing businesses, especially women entrepreneurs in rural and underserved communities who need access to essential resources, guidance, and consolidated knowledge. And so this platform is a self-paced digital learning and collaboration system with an experiential learning approach, including peer-to-peer learning and collaboration. All this means is we've got to close resource gaps, not only access to capital, but access to knowledge, access to networks and people. So this is the solution. It's a solution that we submit for your consideration. And so Ascent is designed to support women-owned small businesses and to support revenue and job growth. It's here to build healthy entrepreneurial ecosystems and create business-friendly environments. And it's also here to strengthen SBA's ability to serve women-owned small businesses. With that in mind, once again, we want to make sure that this resource is available to you. It's absolutely available 24/7, 365, and it's here for you, and it's here for you now. And so now, without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic over to Don Sadler, who is going to lead us on a navigation through the Ascent platform. It's going to be digestible, it's going to be turnkey, and we hope that you leverage this resource. I say it all the time, it's the highest honor imaginable to serve small businesses, and especially in this month and every month, our women entrepreneurs. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the presentation. Don, over to you.
Okay, and Justin, we can put the slides up and then we'll start recording my part. Thank you, Mark. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Tracy, I can just start when we're ready.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you for joining. And thank you, Mark, for those inspiring opening remarks. And I'm so delighted to be here to present Ascent to you today and let you know how Ascent can help you to help your business grow and thrive. And as Mark mentioned, Ascent is an online learning platform. It was launched in December of 2020, and it was designed as a tool to help women business owners with an e-learning approach. And it's specifically targeted to help you grow your existing business. It's the resources that you need to set and achieve your business goals. And all content is backed by research on the needs of women business owners. Our mission is to continue to extend the reach of the SBA using our comprehensive toolkit for women business owners looking to grow their small businesses.
For a long time, women have been owning businesses. For a long time, women haven't had a platform to be able to go and learn.
Everybody in their business is on their road. We all want to get to the top of the mountain. We all want to be successful. We all want to show that we are the expert in our field, in our business, in our industry. And having something like Ascent is helping you become that expert.
Ascent gives us that. It gives us a level of confidence, knowing that we can come back and take our time to walk through it. That's an asset to anyone taking a look at it.
I think recovery is going to look different for everyone. Everyone's going to have to look at what's in their toolkit. Who are their clients? What value can they provide to their clients? Having Ascent is going to give you that knowledge.
For a long time.
So Ascent empowers you to elevate your business, your goals, and overcome challenges. And so we have a platform here that's really capable of supporting everyone's needs. It has a learner-centric experience, intuitive user experience, so it's very easy to use and user-friendly. We have interactive videos to help understand the concepts that are being presented, blended learning capabilities with different approaches, since everyone has slightly different learning styles to fit your learning style. We have incremental teaching, so you can take this self-paced and take it as you have time available. And we have personal assessment tools to help you leverage the knowledge and apply it to your own business. And we also have easily accessible resources, as we'll show you during the demo. And a little bit more about Ascent. It's designed for women business owners, as we've said, and it's really created for growth-oriented women entrepreneurs like yourself who have existing small businesses, who are running an established business, you're generating revenue, and you're interested in scaling or growing your business and taking it to the next level. And a little bit about what Ascent includes. It has individualized journeys, which are learning experiences, and journeys are made up of excursions, and those allow you to customize your learning experience. So we have the journeys organized into major topics, and within each journey, you'll find the excursions that have the tools you need to master a topic. And as I mentioned before, there are flexibility there, so you can take short micro lessons or follow a complete journey based on the time that you have available. And we're going to walk through all of these tools that we have in the immersive multimedia experience, which includes exercises and tools, fireside chats, videos, infographics, self-assessments, success stories from real women entrepreneurs, key insights, and discussion guides. And these are the 12 journeys that we have. The first journey that we have is about disaster and economic recovery. We have strategic marketing to help you market your business, your people to help you manage your resources, business financial strategy, very importantly, access to capital. How can you get access to capital for your business? We have a section on government contracting for those of you who are interested in government contracts, partnerships, growing globally, managing sales, entrepreneurial leadership, and opportunity and innovation, and an opportunity assessment to help you assess opportunities in the marketplace. And just to give you a high-level understanding, this is just taking the first journey, which is disaster and economic recovery, and breaking it down. So the journey is our primary topic, disaster and economic recovery, and then it's made up of excursions, which are topics under the journey. So we have impacts of disasters, recovery strategies, and supporting your people. And then under each of those excursions, we have paths, and those paths will take you to specific topics. So for example, under impacts of disasters, we have when disaster strikes, market and customer need changes, and innovation and pivoting during COVID-19. So this is sort of the high-level breakdown of how we've built journeys, excursions, and paths. And we'll be giving you a demo to show you exactly how to use these tools in Ascent.
Our business model had to change when COVID hit. It had to get better.
We were unsure if we were going to be able to support ourselves going forward when there were no new orders coming in.
We know we need to get the right people. We know we need to get ourselves organized. We know we need to plan for things and have a safety plan and a reaction plan.
We started to engage in other activities in personal protective equipment.
You plan for contingencies, but when you have a global pandemic hit, it really doesn't matter how diversified you are. Everyone's going to have to look at what's in their toolkit. Who are their clients? What value can they provide to their clients?
This was a major impact for everybody. It didn't affect one person. It didn't affect one location. It affected us nationally, worldwide.
We had to create a new network and a whole new branch of our company. And Ascent really gave us the ability to make that pivot.
It was an easy read, so it didn't take a lot of time, but it was fact-based. The best part about it is that it stopped my search. I went to one location, I got everything I needed. It made me feel like I wasn't alone and there was a way for me to get answers. I love the fact that it talked about disaster and that disasters are not just pandemics, but they're also natural disasters.
Reading those success stories, seeing those different industries. The worksheets let you work through the scenarios. So it helps put some formality to it because it makes you think through it.
The biggest thing that was really awesome to us was the ability to get those hard-fought answers quickly. It was amazing to see everybody pivot and how ingenious and hardworking American business owners really were.
Having Ascent is going to give you that knowledge.
Hey, and so to have access to Ascent, users will need to register. So you are able to access our main page of Ascent so that you can access the registration. There are password requirements that need to be complied with. So there are 6 requirements in order to successfully register for an account. There are 4 questions in the Tell Us About Yourself section that are optional. And Ascent uses multi-factor authentication, or 2FA. And that will use your cell phone to send you a code so that you can log into Ascent. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Justin Hinton, to provide you a live demo of Ascent.
All righty, let me switch screens here. All right, we ready to go third part here? All right, thanks, Dawn. Like Dawn said, my name is Justin Hinton, and I will be walking you all through the demo of Ascent. Here we have the home page or landing page when you visit ascent.sba.gov. Here you see it talks a little bit more about Ascent. It shows how the website is divided and organized, and the 8 different asset or content types that you'll find within Ascent. So you can go ahead and click on the Start Learning button, and this will bring you to the next page. We call this page our dashboard. You have the option to register if you are a new user to Ascent, or you can log in if you have an existing account and have visited Ascent before. You can also see the 12 different journeys on Ascent that Dawn had mentioned earlier in the presentation. You could see the high-level topic and a brief description, but it won't allow you to click into the journey until you've registered for an account or you've logged in as an existing user. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account since I am already an existing user. And we do have multi-factor authentication on Ascent to abide by SBA policy. And once I enter that, it will allow me into my account. And you can see that I'm signed in to my account by, it says my name in the top right up here. So on this dashboard, you'll see the first thing that it prompts me with is this resume. This resume button shows me where I last left off the last time I was in Ascent. So the last session I was on Journey 8, Entrepreneurial Leadership, and I have the ability to click resume and it'll take me right to that page where I left off. I also have the ability to click on any other journey or content that interests me down here. You can see by the blue bars, these indicate the completion percentage of each journey. So within Journey 1, I've completed 8 out of 8 paths. Within Journey 2, 3 out of 14 paths. So it helps you keep track of the content you are consuming. One nice thing about Ascent is that it has an asynchronous learning style. So by that, I mean, in order to take Journey 4, you do not need to complete Journey 1, 2, and 3 to access Journey 4. You can click on any journey, any piece of content, and be able to consume that content as you please. You don't have to have any prerequisite courses to get to that journey you'd like to visit. So I'm going to go ahead and click into Journey 1, and here you'll see the list of excursions. I'll click into Excursion 1. And like I said, I've already completed Journey 1, and this is indicated by the 3 green check marks next to each path, as well as all excursions. You can see 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3, so everything has been completed. For each excursion and path, it will give you an estimated time of completion of how long these exercises will take. So you can see the excursion is estimated to take about 14 minutes, and it breaks that down by path as well. So the infographic will be 2 minutes, key insight 8 minutes, and so on. So now I'll jump into the 8 different content types we have within Ascent, and I'll start with an infographic. This infographic gives a snapshot view of growth concepts from a very high level. So you see here we have some visualizations and some high-level information. The infographic does contain URLs and hyperlinks that will take you to external sources if you want to take a deeper dive into that content. At the bottom, it will list all the references where the information was sourced. And you always have the option on the infographic to be able to print this out if you so wish. The page breaks will align so it's not cutting off the information. And these are kind of meant to act as a poster with high-level information, so you'd be able to take that and hang it up if you so desire. The next asset type we'll visit is a key insight. A key insight helps you to understand key topics to support your business growth. Here we're looking at market and customer need changes. So it gives you a little bit of information about industry analysis, market research, and customer needs analysis. This too contains hyperlinks and URLs to take you to external sources if you so wish. And again, at the end, it will provide you a key takeaway, kind of summarizing the key insight, as well as the references that were sourced to gain all the information. The third asset type we'll look at is a success story. These success stories are real life stories that are inspired from real world entrepreneurs. And so this one is looking at Coleman Knitting Mills. And Coleman Knitting Mills was faced with a challenge during COVID-19, the pandemic, where they were originally a knitting mill making cheerwear, leather jackets, sweaters, and then the pandemic hit them hard and they were no longer able to produce and gain business. So they had to pivot their business and begin making PPE. So this kind of talks about their story, how they were able to pivot and face the challenges that they had during this disaster and pandemic. And so, it will help inspire those who are facing similar situations or have gone through this to be able to empathize with them. And, it really just gives a good glimpse into businesses that have had the same struggles, maybe that some of you all are facing. The next one we'll look at is a video. So I'm going to back out and go to Journey 2. So these videos allow you to grasp key concepts in just minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
As you grow your business, it's important to understand the customer buying process. Customers come in all forms. They might be consumers, other businesses, or even governments. And while not an exact science, customers generally go through these 5 stages: problem recognition, information search, alternative evaluation, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. Let's talk through the process using a meal kit delivery business called Meal Prep Incorporated as an example. hope you're not hungry because here we go. A customer's pain point is an entrepreneur's opportunity. The problem of not having enough time to food prep is solved by delivering a kit of prepared ingredients. Meal Prep Incorporated pulls customers into the buying process through attention-getting facts and testimonials about the problem. When customers search for information to solve the problem, you want them to find your business. By achieving trusted store status, Meal Prep Incorporated increases the likelihood they will be found by more people. When potential customers look at all the options, you want your business to stand out from the competition. In a world full of food delivery options, Meal Prep Incorporated targets the wannabe chef by including not just recipes, but cooking technique tips and tricks with every meal delivered. Meal Prep Incorporated also uses a comparison chart to highlight how they stack up against others in the industry. By reviewing the complexity of their ordering process, Meal Prep Incorporated eliminated steps and now offers an intuitive mobile experience. Now, once a buyer has gathered the facts to make a purchase, they can do it with ease. If an unplaced order is detected, this is a critical moment for Meal Prep Incorporated to remind a buyer this is the brand they want by sending a reminder email to seal the deal. The process doesn't end here. Are customers thrilled with your product or service? Or disappointed? What will they tell their friends? Meal Prep Incorporated sends appreciation messages to thank customers for their business and uses customer surveys to gain valuable information. Consider your consumer's buying process when working on your marketing strategy, whether they be retail, business, or government. By thinking about these key questions, you'll be on your way to building customer loyalty for your growing business.
So that is an example of a video. You always have the option in the top right here to download the video to your local computer or wherever you'd like to save it. This will allow you to access the video offline or at a different time, so you don't have to go through the process of logging into this Ascent to view it. You'll just have it at your disposal. These videos as well include a transcript outlining everything that's said in the video, so you can consume the information that way as well. The next asset type we'll look at is a tool. A tool, these allow you to learn and apply your growth practices to your business. So it gives you a little tidbit about what the tool is about. And when you come down here and click launch, it'll launch your PDF into a new tab in your browser. These tools are meant to be interactive, and so you can save these tools to your desktop or local computer. And they're designed to be interactive with you, and so it's going to ask you to fill in some boxes and go through some exercises, and you can always save it, come back to it, finish filling it in. It's meant to fit to your schedule because we know everybody has busy schedules and lives. And so, for instance, down in this exercise, it's asking a few questions here. So who makes the final buying decision, and is there more than one decision maker? I could click in the box and say, no, it is just me, period. And let's say I needed to save this and come back to it. I can come up here, save it, and always come back to these tools. And there are a handful of tools on Ascent. It's one of our primary asset types, and they can be short, they could be long, but they really help you think through maybe business scenarios that you haven't faced or haven't thought about before. Going back to Ascent to look at, we have 3 more asset types to go through. So the next we'll look at is a Fireside chat. Come down to Journey 11. So here we have a Fireside chat. These will help you learn from experts about how women grow their businesses. Similar to a video, but this is just an audio conversation. There is no video. Down below, we have about the speakers. So this was Kathy Corman-Frey and Dr. Patricia Green. It tells you a little bit about their background and who they are. I'm not going to play this one. As you can see, it's 11 minutes, but the Same features here as the video. You are able to save the conversation to your local computer or another external hard drive to view later or listen offline. And there's also a transcript down here that will allow you to read everything that's said in the Fireside chat if you want to consume it that way. The next asset type we'll look at is a discussion guide. So we'll come down to Journey 11 again. These discussion guides will help you use questions to stimulate thinking for you, your advisors, or your team. So we'll look here, so this one is about examining growth, and it's just going to prompt you with some bullets and questions and scenarios that will help your team or business brainstorm about maybe challenges you'll face or different thought processes or business processes that you might have not thought of beforehand. And then the last content type we're going to look at is a self-assessment. These self-assessments are similar to the discussion guides, but this is meant for just you. So let's go to excursion 2, path 1. And so we're going to launch this just like a tool. And these self-assessments will help you benchmark your current practices, do self-focused inventories. So like a tool, you're able to save this as this self-assessment is meant to be interactive. So you can see here, it'll prompt you with an exercise and give you a list of to-dos or, how to complete the exercise. And as you scroll down, it will provide you an example of, just a mock-up of what the exercise may look like. And then it provides you your own blank worksheet or template to fill out as it applies to you or your business. And now coming back to Ascent, those are our 8 content and asset types within Ascent. If you ever had any questions or needed any support, you can always come to Ascent up here in the top right and click the question mark and click on support. And this will bring you to our SBA Ascent Support Center. And here you can log a ticket for pretty much any question or comment you may have. This could be a password reset, any account questions, suggesting improvements, or just any question at all, and one of our help desk representatives will be in touch with you. A little bit more about this top bar in Ascent as well. As a user, you are able to come in here and click Profile. This will allow you to change any of your account information here. So if you click Edit Profile, you can change your first name, last name, zip code, and this is also the same place that if you wanted to change your password, you could do so here. Just like when you register, you do have to abide by the 6 password requirements, and when you click Save, that would change your password. For multi-factor authentication, if for some reason you needed to change your phone number for where the code is going to be sent, you'd click Change Two-Factor Phone Number, and it will prompt you with a box where you'd enter the new phone number you'd want. Click Submit, and that would reroute the codes to be sent to that new number. You do have the option here in the bottom right to delete your account. This would delete all account information from the Ascent system. And once you click delete, it will ask you to confirm, and then all name, email, zip code, and everything will be gone from the system. In the top left here, you do see the Ascent logo. This Ascent logo will always return you to the home page. It's kind of just a shortcut to get back to the landing page. So if I go ahead and click here, it will take me back to this home page. We also have the Browse Journey dropdown. This is just a quick way to navigate to other journeys and see the excursions that fall under the journeys. So if I click Access to Capital, I can see all of the excursions that fall under Access to Capital, as well as how many paths are within each excursion. And by clicking one of these, it will take me right to that page. The last thing in the top bar I want to talk about is this search bar up here. This search bar functions as a Google search bar would. You could put in a keyword, a journey topic, or anything you wanted to click search, and it would comb the site to return to you anything having to do with the keyword. So I'll put disaster in here because we know that Journey 1 deals with disasters. And when I hit submit, the first thing it returns is the first journey, Journey 1, disaster and economic recovery, and then any path or excursion that would fall under Journey 1 and listed under there. So, there's 16 search results for disaster. I am able to filter my search results, and you're allowed to filter by media type or duration. And this duration is referring to the estimated time it takes to complete each path. And then the last thing I wanted to go over about a functionality of the site is the share button. This share button is located on every journey, excursion, and path page. And when you click share, you are able to share on 3 social media platforms if you have a profile or account on those, and that's Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn. If you click email, it will pop up your email browser to be able to send the URL that way. Or you can always come down here and just click copy and paste it into an email or paste it into a chat and share it that way. One question we do receive is when you complete all of the content on Ascent and you have all the check marks and progress bars filled, you do not receive a certificate of completion. Ascent was designed as a self-paced learning journey and not as a course, so it won't produce this certificate of completion. But do stay tuned for communications from Ascent for added content in the future. And with that, that wraps up the demo of Ascent, and I will pass it back to Dawn.
Thank you so much for your attention today. We hope you enjoyed the demo of Ascent and that you find this tool helpful to help your business grow and thrive. And happy Women's Business Month. And thank you again for your attention today.
Thank you so much, Mark. And thanks to all of you joining in today as we connect with our incredible experts in the Ask an Expert series. We have a few more much requested sessions ahead of us, including exporting and international trade, accessing loans and microfinance. So we look forward to seeing you right back here after a short 10-minute break.
Entrepreneurs take risks, and when they succeed, good things happen. Communities benefit and thrive.
It was a big movement in this country, and I became a part of something very exciting.
West Company is one of 2 initial women's business centers that were started with a pilot program.
One of the reasons why it's so unique is because we serve those individuals who have traditionally been underserved.
Women have often been relegated to jobs that don't really pay enough money.
The women entrepreneurs that we assisted were able to bring in more money so that they could have freedom in order to help their children grow and prosper in their own lives.
An organization that helps women in a community, that improves life in that community for everybody.
One of the wonderful things about the Women's Business Center is that you could help women no matter what their economic situation was.
So one of my favorite stories is about a woman who came to us, and her problem was that her father needed to get to dialysis, and there was no non-medical transport service in our entire region. So what did she do? She said, I'm going to start one. That's what this county needs. And we rolled up our sleeves. We got our best advisors together. We sat down with her. She had a vision. We helped her create a plan. And then we stayed with her along every stage of the journey. And that woman in 18 months not only launched her business, but found the resources to have 5 vans going to 3 different counties. That is what we do. We help people reach their dreams.
When West Company showed up, it immediately had customers, clients. Women started finding out, and it was part of it was it had been founded by this large coalition of women that had written that first grant, and helped with that first grant. So there was a large community of women that already knew that this organization was in place.
I think the first thing to remember is small businesses are the backbone of any economy. It's no different in rural or urban areas. The thing that service providers like ourselves do for those small businesses is that we are there for whatever part of the journey they're on.
What we always try to do is to get women involved in advocating for themselves and their businesses.
Getting federal money was an important visibility and credibility for an organization in a rural area that is considered to be an upstart, if you will, to see that the federal government was investing public funds. And then the challenge being to make sure that that continued, that it didn't just become some little project that had its day and went away. It was because it was obvious that women were benefiting and that business communities were benefiting.
OBO and SBA made a commitment to women entrepreneurs decades ago.
So I think it's absolutely critical that communities know that there is that federal investment in their community.
After 35 years, we've learned a whole lot about what entrepreneurs need to succeed. We're going to continue on this learning, and we're going to continue to share this with our next generation of entrepreneurs. Because when an entrepreneur is successful, that means the community is successful, that means the county is successful, that means the state is successful, and so it goes. And the women's business centers are specifically here. We are specifically designed to help that budding entrepreneur be as successful as they could possibly be in the environment in which they live.
Welcome back to our second day of this second annual Women's Business Summit. It has been an incredible journey of learning and supporting that we've been on together these last 2 days. We're excited to keep that momentum with our remaining time together. So please join me in welcoming Claire Eman, Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of International Trade, here to join us for our next Ask an Expert session on exporting and international trade.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to join you for the second annual Women's Business Summit. My name is Claire Eamon, and I serve as the Deputy Associate Administrator for International Trade at the Small Business Administration. My office, the Office of International Trade, is your partner at SBA on international sales and connecting your business to opportunities in global markets. SBA's Office of International Trade is here to serve as the champion for U.S. small businesses at any stage of their export journeys. So whether you are a solo entrepreneur or an established employer, you have a home here and you are important to us. Our team, both nationally and regionally, has deep and broad trade expertise that comes at no cost to you. The team focuses 100% on small business trade, and we pride ourselves on being on top of small business trade concerns. So whether you've never sold anything to a customer in another country, or if you've already had success selling internationally on platforms, or if you have distributors and experience directly filling orders, we're here to serve you. There's no wrong door here, and we're very proud to be a partner of SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership, the National Women's Business Council, and other partners, including the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Export-Import Bank of the United States, in empowering women entrepreneurs to grow globally. Whether you're an SBA client or a partner already, we hope to get the chance to work with you. While selling internationally may sometimes be viewed as only for big business, we want you to know that small businesses are big players in international trade, and you can be as well. SBA's Office of International Trade is devoted exclusively to assisting U.S. small businesses selling to foreign customers, also known as exporting, because we know that can really help increase their resilience and business growth. Exporting is an excellent growth strategy for our American small businesses who are already exporting between $1.3 and $1.5 trillion annually. But small businesses could be exporting a lot more. Although 95% of all potential consumers live outside of the United States, many small businesses don't consider global sales as a way to grow and scale. The SBA really wants to change this. I'm excited to tell you about some interesting new research that SBA just released. The Office of International Trade was interested in better understanding the American small business export universe, so we worked with a trade expert to try to determine the total addressable market for U.S. small business exports. The study analyzed recent business survey data and found that there are approximately 1.3 million small businesses exporting. This is a much larger figure than the census figure of 267,000 small business exporters. We know it's larger because the census does not collect data on some important transactions. Shipments overseas valued at $2,500 or less are not counted in official data, and service exports, including software as a service, are particularly hard to capture through official survey methods. The survey also places potential market size, or the total addressable market, at over 2.6 million small businesses, representing 42% of all small employer businesses. The study shows these future exporters are small businesses. In fact, about 2/3 of them have fewer than 5 employees, and over 3/4 of them have fewer than 10 employees. That means there's likely opportunity for you to think about exporting. We know that internet-enabled small businesses are exporting to more markets, and that there has been an explosion of women-owned internet-enabled firms since the start of the pandemic. Additionally, the data from our total addressable market study also found that businesses led by minority women were even more likely to export. I'm excited to be reaching you today because the opportunity to increase women's economic contributions through greater participation in the global marketplace is now. If you're part of this historic surge in women's business starts, we want to work with you and work with SBA resource partners to reach more women-owned businesses. SBA is all in on selling internationally because statistics show companies that do export experience greater business growth. In fact, businesses that export are more financially stable, they expand faster, and they create more higher-paying jobs than non-exporters. Exporters are also more resilient as they reduce their dependency on a single market. I'm confident that if more women-owned businesses harness the power of trade, we would see more equity in international trade, more partnerships in impactful sectors of the global economy, and an increase in employment and revenues by women-owned businesses. If you're ready to take the next step, we'd like to work with you. At the SBA, we want to make sure that you know that you don't have to go it alone internationally. SBA has solutions of many of the obstacles that small businesses cite as holding them back. We offer advice and counseling, grants, financing, and we work to increase market access globally for small business. For your businesses with online shops, some may already have fulfilled an international sale. This is what our SBA administrator calls accidental exporters. For these businesses, we want to help you become more intentional and grow. Perhaps some of you are already involved in trade through importing. We hope you'll begin thinking about value-added services and consider how to sell back to those markets or become part of exporting supply chains. This will help spark more innovation and grow jobs. And as you begin thinking of new ways to expand and serve new clients, we want to help you with programs and resources so you can develop a strategy and written plan to advance your goals. Resource partners like our Women's Business Centers can help you develop a well-informed export plan. There are also so many industries that have growing demand in world markets, and we want to ensure that you can connect to market research. For example, our study found that industries like green technology products and services are ripe for more than 20% annual growth, given predictions for the global green tech and sustainability market during this decade. Our recent study also reported data science platform services are expected to grow by some 34% per year through 2030, and the cybersecurity industry will grow at double digits through 2030. Arming you with access to free market research and no-cost business counseling can help connect you to the resources you'll need to succeed. I'd like to tell you about some of the services offered by SBA's Office of International Trade. We have on-demand online resources called Trade Tools for international sales. Trade Tools provides information on how to develop an export plan, protect intellectual property, use digital and e-commerce tools, and explore export financing and loan programs, and more. We also have information on U.S. trade agreements on Trade Tools. And Trade Tools connects to programs like Prosper Africa, an initiative that works to support two-way trade with Africa. It also highlights U.S. Department of Commerce programs, including Gold Key Services, which help small businesses find buyers and representatives overseas. Ultimately, Trade Tools is a one-stop shop to make information more accessible and understandable. And we also have a version in Spanish. Next, we have the International Trade Hotline. While more businesses may be capable of selling beyond the U.S. market, we know that many of them get stuck before they do. According to the 2022 Small Business Exporting Survey from the National Small Business Association, small businesses that aren't participating in the global economy often report that they're challenged in knowing how to get started, how to finance their sales, and understanding how to navigate market access challenges. We also know that women business owners often face challenges accessing professional networks, particularly if they're just starting out. If you're looking for information to overcome a challenge or wondering where to get help, you can schedule a private consultation session through our International Trade Hotline. These one-on-one consultations are especially valuable to businesses who are export ready but don't know where to start or how to overcome a challenge. Through these consultations, you can meet privately with SBA's senior trade leads to discuss your concerns and questions and identify potential resource solutions available within SBA or at other U.S. government agencies. We'll also provide referrals and introductions to those resources. Your Women's Business Center or your SBDC counselor is always welcome to participate as appropriate. And after your hotline call, scheduling an appointment with a local international trade counselor within your state or territory, SBA Business Counseling Network, is a great next step forward. Additionally, if you're looking to speak with an expert on trade financing, we also have export finance managers across the country that provide free business counseling to small businesses on export financing. Our export finance managers and international trade experts provide a wide range of programs and events to help you increase your knowledge. We also frequently partner with other agencies and SBA resource partners in these efforts. We hope that you'll join one of our trainings or events online or in person this year. For established small businesses that are would-be new exporters and current exporters looking to expand further, SBA's Office of International Trade provides the State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP program, for participating states and U.S. territories. Through STEP grants, SBA provides financial awards that help non-federal partners to assist small businesses with export development grants to get started. Right now, 51 states and territories participate and are helping eligible small businesses through STEP. STEP grants are really great. Small businesses can use STEP grant funds to participate in a foreign trade mission or trade show, obtain services to support foreign market entry, including from the Department of Commerce and the Exim Bank. You can translate websites to attract foreign buyers and design international marketing products and campaigns and more. Since its creation in 2010 as part of the Small Business Jobs Act, the STEP program has recorded over $3.8 billion in exports, with more than 12,000 small businesses receiving grants to fund their export opportunities and increase their footprint across 141 countries. Given that each state runs their STEP program differently, I really encourage you to reach out to the point of contact for your state or territory to learn more. You can find the complete list on our website, and we're putting that link in the chat. STEP can be a powerful tool, but you have to be ready to export and have a plan in place. To have the most competitive application possible, you may benefit from meeting from your local Women's Business Center, your Small Business Development Center, or a SCORE mentor to talk through your export plan and international strategy to ensure that your STEP application is well thought out and would demonstrate a return on investment for your participating state in terms of increasing either your jobs or revenues. One example of how a women-owned business is using STEP is Belgrade, Montana's Penta Machine Company. Penta Machine Company was founded in 2015 through a successful Kickstarter campaign and now has 14 employees. Penta Machine Company has grown internationally by using SBA's STEP grant to find and vet international distributors. It was also awarded another STEP grant to attend a trade show. Now Penta Machine Company's distributors are part of its business strategy, promoting the company in several overseas markets. This could be you. Even though we know that businesses that export have better bottom lines and are more resilient to financial downturns, sometimes the first hurdle to exporting or fulfilling an order is the upfront cost, whether that's access to financing or the cost of participating in a trade show. SBA's Office of International Trade offers 3 unique loan guarantee products to help. To explain those loan products and how to best use them, our office provides export finance managers to provide business counseling on export financing. These experts can discuss the different ways to use SBA export loans, and they provide business counseling on how to structure international deals and mitigate risk. They can even discuss ways to creatively use a purchase order or a contract as collateral to support a transaction. Your regional export finance manager will know both our products and local lenders that make them available. These experts can help you to prepare by talking through what information will be needed and what a bank will most likely be interested in reviewing as part of your application. This can help you to approach a bank educated and more prepared. The SBA maintains a wide range of loan products to help grow your business at home and abroad. Each year, the SBA supports more than 50,000 entrepreneurs expand their businesses with loans provided by our more than 2,000 lending partners. Whether it is the use of an Express program for a line of credit to take new orders, or the 504 program when it's time to purchase a larger facility or other real estate, the SBA has loan programs that can support you at every step of your journey. Our administrator has shared that when women have economic power, they are more empowered to have an impact in their homes, in their communities, in their countries, and globally. So if you aren't looking for an export loan right now, I would just encourage you to be making sure that you're building a bank relationship with a lender. We have experts at Women's Business Centers and Small Business Development Centers who can help you work on building your business's financial health and business credit. International trade counselors in these networks can also help you develop a strong export plan and help you get more informed and educated for your trade journey. If you aren't prepared for a bank loan right now, we have a pathway. SBA's microloan program might be the right place to start building up your business credit and receiving technical assistance along that journey. Additionally, SBA's Community Advantage Loan program helps bridge the gap between traditional microloans and commercial bank loans and can lend up to $350,000. Wherever you are right now, SBA provides training and business counseling to help you move forward towards your goals. In addition to running these important programs, SBA's Office of International Trade is proud to be the voice of small business in the U.S. government's interagency process for trade policy, including for trade agreements and other initiatives that can open up market access. In this policy development process, we advocate for policies that we believe will make it easier for small businesses to take advantage of international opportunities. We also work with interagency partners to ensure that the agreements we have in place are working for small businesses and that businesses like yours are able to take advantage of the opportunities created by those agreements. For instance, SBA's Office of International Trade partners in these roles with the U.S. Trade Representative, the U.S. Department of Commerce, and other agencies, including around small business dialogues with partners, such as small business dialogues with Mexico and Canada under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, also known as USMCA. We also encourage small businesses to participate directly in public notice and comment opportunities related to trade. We'll often share important Federal Register notices that we think will be of interest to small businesses through our network as well. We do this with an equity lens by also publicizing opportunities to minority and diaspora organizations. But to continue to do this work effectively, we need to hear from you regarding the experiences that you encounter on your trade journey. We encourage you to bring trade policy concerns and ideas as they arise to us by reaching out through our International Trade Hotline. I hope this can be the beginning of a conversation and that we can be part of your trade journey. We know that even small businesses that are exporting reported in the most recent National Small Business Association survey that it would be most useful to have more export training and assistance. These exporting firms also shared that finding foreign customers and navigating import rules were the top two challenges in terms of sustaining and growing their operations. So for improving your knowledge of international trade and the resources available, I would like to encourage you to explore 5 steps forward. Number 1, register for our webinars, including our Learn to Trade roundtables. These are great opportunities to hear from our experts and partners and ask questions. Number 2, complete the Ascent Journey 10 on growing globally. The worksheets, videos, and resources can help you think about how your business could be growing through trade. Number 3, find out the rules of trade and links to tools and market research at SBA's Trade Tools. Number 4, follow SBA's Office of International Trade on LinkedIn to stay up to speed on what's new and coming up. And finally, number 5, most importantly, plug into your local SBA business counseling networks and remember that SBA's International Trade Hotline is just a call or email away when questions arise. So I hope today you've learned some new information and know you have a partner in SBA's Office for International Trade. I know members of my team are working to answer your questions online, but I wanted to make sure that we answered a few questions directly.
Claire, thanks for that thorough overview of the SBA's Office of International Trade. I really hope everyone who is joining today learned some new information and knows that they have a partner in our office. There have been questions coming in the chat, and we've been trying to answer those as we go, but I wanted to ask Claire a few questions that we get quite frequently because I think it would be helpful to have those answers directly. Anyways, first, I know we often get asked for advice from new exporters or soon-to-be exporters where they should get started. Do you have any tips or top suggestions for people new to the exporting world?
Thank you, Christine. You know, I think the most important message I would share is that you don't have to go it alone. There's really a lot of resources and programs to support small businesses looking to sell U.S. goods and services internationally. In addition to considering SBA Office of International Trade counseling, our STEP grants, our export loans, and our market access support, I'd like to share 3 tips. Number 1 is really to assess your export readiness. Generally, a company should feel successful in its own market before going global. To determine your readiness, I recommend that you complete an exporter assessment. These questionnaires can really help you make an initial assessment of your exporting needs and your capabilities. There are several free ones that you can use, and your local SBA resource partner counselor can help you work through them. Number 2, I would say do your research. Whether you're entering a foreign market or you're starting to conduct due diligence on an interested foreign buyer, I want you to arm yourself with information to determine if it will be profitable. SBA Business Counseling can help you tap into free market research. This might include research available through SBDC centers or the U.S. Department of Commerce and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Research is really important to help you determine the cost to enter the market and any requirements of that market. And if a free trade agreement can help you to potentially decrease your trade costs or ease the process of doing business in any particular country. So number 2, do your research. And then finally, number 3, I would say build an export plan using that research and leveraging business counseling. Developing a written plan will help you be smart and more intentional in pursuing international sales. It's really best to start with one market and focus on how you'll target your targeted customers within that country. You can use an export plan to request advice and business counseling, think through any steps that you'll need to change your product or pricing for the market, to consider any intellectual property in country needs, and to document the steps you'll need to take trade compliantly. Having a well thought out business strategy can also be helpful if you choose to apply to it for a STEP grant or for export financing. You'll find information how to get started on these tips by visiting Develop an Export Plan, the section on SBA's Trade Tools website. That link is being put in the chat right now.
Great, thanks, Claire. We also frequently get asked what programs are available to support women-owned business exporters in this journey, and if there are any unique considerations for women exporters.
That's a great question. So first, all of our programs support women-owned businesses. This includes our STEP grants that help eligible small businesses get reimbursed for costs associated with exporting. And we also support women-owned businesses through our export loans and related export trade finance counseling, as well as through market access support, including our international trade hotline. So really all of our programs serve women-owned small businesses. But there's also some additional programming and unique considerations for women exporters. For example, SBA's Ascent online learning platform provides an entire journey on growing globally. That journey specifically explores ways that women entrepreneurs can expand their businesses into new international markets. And then we also partner with the International Trade Administration's Global Diversity Export Initiative. We co-host and promote programming targeted at specific groups. So from Native American artists to LGBT exporters to women exporters. And one of our newest additions is a series of webinars on insights and resources for women-owned small businesses that looks at considerations for women-owned businesses in specific markets. These and other events can help us get information designed for a really diverse set of exporters and women-owned businesses and connect them to resources and networks that can assist them in growing globally.
Great. One of the questions that we get a lot, particularly on our international trade hotline, is are there any tips for finding customers and distributors abroad? This seems to be a very hot topic for small businesses and in particular women-owned small businesses.
Yes. One of the best ways to get connected to customers and distributors abroad is through the International Trade Administration, the Commercial Services Gold Key, and their International Partner Search service. Since the pandemic, these services can also be provided through virtual introductions that really help to keep costs down. These services also have small business pricing. Commerce services to support exporting are also eligible for STEP grant reimbursement if approved in advance by your participating state or territory. And then STEP can also be used to help you participate in trade shows and trade missions. If you're looking for additional ways to find customers and distributors, your Small Business Development Center might also be able to help you using market research. For example, some SBDCs have access to databases of importers in Mexico and Canada. Your state, such as through your state commerce department or your local government, may also have offices or consultants that can assist you with those searches. And finally, there are programs like Prosper Africa that also can help you connect to opportunities both in North and Sub-Saharan markets. And flagship events like Trade Winds, hosted by the International Trade Administration, can also include matchmaking appointments. So there's really a lot of different ways and a lot of different U.S. Federal resources that can be used to find customers and distributors abroad.
So and I'm going to hold to just one final question here. But another question that we get often is if we can help with food and beverage exports. I think there's a lot of focus on sort of manufacturing and services, but particularly for women-owned businesses, there's a large number that are involved in food and beverage. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the programs and services to support those.
Yeah, that is a great question. So the good news is that all of SBA's export programs can be used to support small businesses in food and beverage sectors. And then we also partner with USDA-supported state regional trade groups. There's the Western U.S. Agricultural Trade Association and the Southern U.S. Trade Association. They both provide additional tailored services and events for agricultural products. They also offer really robust schedules of events and training, both in person and virtual, on export promotion. So if you are in the food and beverage sector, please click on the USDA resources on SBA's trade tools to get connected to additional resources.
Great. Thanks, Claire. I think that's all the questions that we're going to be answering today directly. But again, we've been answering the questions in the chat. I welcome you also. If we haven't gotten to your question, or if you think of questions after this, I encourage you to reach out to our international trade hotline at international@sba.gov, and we'll put the information into the chat.
I hope we've been able to address your questions, and we welcome you also sending any follow-up questions to our team at international@sba.gov. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share all this information about exporting with you, and for your attention during the second annual Women's Business Summit. We're really excited for the future and what it will bring for women business owners and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Claire, thank you for those helpful strategies and much needed insights. Up next, we're delighted to give a warm welcome to Veronica Pugin, Senior Advisor to Capital Access for the SBA, as she helps us work through accessing loans and microfinancing options.
Welcome to this session from the Office of Capital Access at the SBA. My name is Veronica Pugin, and I'm a Senior Advisor in the Office of Capital Access. And today I'm going to share just kind of a high-level overview of what programs we have to offer for women entrepreneurs, how you can access those programs, and some tips of how to get ready to pursue small business capital or small business financing. Before I walk through that, kind of what will be helpful about this information is I engage with a lot of small business entrepreneurs who are seeking financing to start or grow their small business, but at times could use some more information on how do they pursue that capital? How do they pursue that financing opportunity? And whether they're ready or not for that. So not every small business is ready for small business financing, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do to get there. So that's my objective today, to walk through that information. We're going to walk through some of these slides. So just to know what resources are available via the SBA in terms of small business capital. And when I say capital, that's kind of, some people use the terms capital, some people use the term financing, some people use the term small business loans. Loans and equity are different options in terms of getting financial access, but this is all about how do you get financial access to invest in your small business. So at the SBA, the programs that we have in the Office of Capital Access, the main ones are the microloan program, the 7A, the 504, and disaster loans. So for the microloan programs, the 7A and the 504, I'll walk through each of these. A very important distinction about the capital programs is which are distributed via the SBA and which are distributed via financial institutions that are partners of the SBA. I know that can be a source of confusion at times, so I want to help clarify that. So a lot of small business owners and entrepreneurs will come to the SBA wondering, can I get a small business loan from the SBA? And for several of the programs, the loan actually doesn't come from the SBA. It comes from a financial institution that is a partner of the SBA. So when you come to the SBA seeking a loan, the SBA can help you out in identifying what are those financial institution partners. So that's an important distinction to make. It is helpful to still come to the SBA to find out where are those financial institution partners, because if there is a financial institution delivering an SBA capital program, those loans are not going to be predatory. they are going to follow certain protocols that are meant to benefit small business owners. By definition, to be an SBA financial institution partner, that banking entity needs to follow those protocols. So it is still very helpful to identify which financial institutions are SBA partners, because then as a small business owner, you're more likely to get small business capital that is supported by the SBA, and it's non-predatory. And it's not that you're more likely to get, you will get that because predatory lending is prohibited among all SBA financial institution partners. So that's that distinction is important for that reason. So the microloan program, 7A and 504, again, they're in blue to highlight those are via financial institution partners. The microloan program is for smaller dollar loans, so that's 50,000 and below. And so those tend to be community banking entities, mission lenders that work with specializing in meeting needs of historically underserved communities and or small dollar loans that tend to be for smaller scale small businesses. So that's the microloan program. The 7A program is more of a traditional working capital loan program. The 7A program maximum is pretty different. For microloan being 50,000, 7A is 5 million. And that's for working capital opportunities for a small business. That is, again, through more traditional banking entities. So microloan is more community banks, mission lending, microlenders. 7A is more traditional banking institutions. Again, they are more traditional banking institutions, but to offer a 7A loan, have to follow protocols of non-predatory interest rates, non-predatory information shared with you as a small business owner. The 504 program, that is a program focused more on real estate access, fixed assets access. The maximum for that is 5 million or 5.5 million if you do an energy project. The 504 program is distributed via CDCs, community development corporations. And the reason for that, or the variety of kind of objectives in this program, that all align to promoting job creation. And so if you pursue a 504 loan, you, as a small business owner, you are seeking this funding to invest in real estate or fixed assets. And in doing so, you're creating jobs. The terms of the 504 loan are very small business borrower friendly. The interest rates are fixed, or the interest rates are stable, which is particularly appealing during certain economic climates, obviously. And again, it's through community development corporations. Those again are, if you are interested in a microloan that's 50,000 or below, that will be more CDFI, community banks, mission lending entities. 7A will be more traditional banking, working capital up to 5 million, 504, real estate, fixed assets, generous terms, support job creation, max being 5 million or 5.5 for energy related projects. And that's through CDCs. You can access these programs by either going to your SBA district office to get information. You can access that via the SBA website and type in your zip code to find your local office, and they can point you to what are the financial institution partners that offer these programs in your area. And or there's a tool on the SBA website called Lender Match that you can again be paired with lending entities. The final category is disaster loans. Disaster loans are directly distributed by the SBA. The SBA is the lender, it's who you would apply to, it's who you get the loan from, and it's who you would pay it back to over time. Disaster loans have generous terms because the goal is to provide financial assistance to a small business recovering from a federally designated natural disaster. So that can be an earthquake, a hurricane, a flood. The COVID EIDL program, the economic injury disaster loan, was distributed and expanded to be during COVID. which was federally designated as a national natural disaster. But essentially, the economic injury disaster loan is a loan that would be available to small businesses in a region impacted by a federally designated natural disaster. So, a hurricane obviously doesn't impact the entire country at one time. It impacts one region, or a flood or an earthquake. And so that region, small businesses would be able to apply for this loan, which again has generous terms to support a small business that needs to get that capital to get back on their feet. So those are the programs. So now that you know about the programs, now go to how do you prepare to apply for financing or one of these loan opportunities. So the first category in terms of getting capital ready, before diving into the numbers or the business plan or anything along those lines, I'd like to start with mindset, and especially for women entrepreneurs. A lot of women entrepreneurs I engage with talk about how, in terms of pursuing financing, it can be challenging for a variety of reasons. The financial system has not always historically been equally accessible to women in the U.S. over the past decades. It wasn't that long ago that a woman couldn't access financing or banking products the same way that male small business owners could. And that has generational impacts on women entrepreneurs and kind of the mindset, number one. Number two, there's certain messaging over decades to women about women in math, women in numbers, women in finance. And so I can't stress enough that deep down, kind of in the mindset, I encounter a lot of women that wonder, is this for me? Because there have been implicit or explicit messages throughout their lives or our lives that have brought that into question. And so I'd like to start with acknowledging that and highlighting these programs are for you. Women entrepreneurs statistically have some of the highest entrepreneurship rate over recent years. Last year, the highest growth in entrepreneurship was Latina women entrepreneurs. And so I'd like to highlight that this is available for women entrepreneurs equally. And so having that confidence is important to start with, because I know it can feel intimidating at times for different entrepreneurs of all backgrounds going through a financing application process. The second mindset category is there are a lot of terms when it comes to accessing loans and financing that a lot of small business owners, you don't go into business with the goal of becoming a finance expert or an accountant. And so, maybe you have a food product or a textile product or a service or a consumer product. You are an expert at your product or service, and finances and accounting weren't necessarily the reason you started a small business, but it's an important tool so that you can be successful as an entrepreneur. So getting comfortable and familiar with some of these terms, kind of like you're attending this session right now, we're talking through different terms, going to the websites, watching webinars, just to get comfortable and familiar with the language and the types of information and topics covered will be very helpful in kind of gearing up that mindset. And then finally, support. When someone is going through something new in general, feeling like you are alone and that can negatively impact that mindset. So identifying and getting that support from experts, reaching out to your local SBA office to get that support as you navigate these steps. So once that mindset is kind of geared up, the next step is the numbers. So your books and finances. So ultimately, a small business loan is an investment tool. You're getting funds to invest in equipment or working capital items or real estate or payroll or whatever you're investing in to get to grow your business. So to either start it or grow it. And so this is a numbers discussion. And so getting your books and finances in a solid place will be necessary to apply for that loan, but also if you receive it, use it as effectively as possible. The first step for books and finances is really dividing that personal and business finances. Keep those divided. I encounter a lot of small businesses, especially sole proprietor small businesses, so single person, single employer. You are, the CEO, the founder, the employee. It's just you've got it all on kind of under you. I encounter a lot of those that they'll mix the personal and business finances, or a lot of times maybe that's because the small business started as kind of a side effort and then over time evolved, which is a great situation to be in. But those personal and business finances need to be divided. One, to apply for that loan, and again, two, to use it most effectively possible. That's number one. Number two, cash flow clarity. So really getting that clarity of where's your revenue coming from? Do you have 1, 2, 3, 4? If you have more than one product, it's critical, or service, it's critical to know which one is bringing in more revenue, which one has more costs, where are your costs coming in from, what are your fixed costs, what are your variable costs. So having that clarity of the cash coming in and out of your business and a way to just continually track that. Again, you'll need to have that information to apply for the loan, but to also use it most effectively. And then tax documents. So for all SBA programs or SBA backed programs, all the partner institutions that I highlighted will request your tax documents to verify your revenue. And so we're in tax season. I cannot stress enough, not only complete your taxes, but complete your taxes thoroughly and honestly. Of course, that on one hand is critical to pay our taxes on federal programs. Additionally, I see a lot of consultants in different communities encouraging small businesses to underreport your revenue or report expenses in a way that brings down your revenue. In addition to that not being true about your small business, that sets you up to receive less loan funding. So, less funding. So when you submit your tax documents, it shows the size of your business. So if you reported your business to look like it's only $100,000 of revenue when it's actually $200,000, you will only qualify for a loan that matches the size of an $100,000 business, when your business is actually $200,000. So you're only getting half of the capital, let's just say, for the sake of numbers or example, than you need to invest meaningfully in your small business. So have those tax documents and complete them thoroughly, because it is the way to show the size of your business to the financial institution that will give you that loan. And then the final number, credit score. So some different small businesses have different familiarity with what their credit score is, what impacts the credit score. There are financial institutions that offer credit alternatives, mainly community banks, that look at other numbers apart from credit scores, knowing that credit scores at times historically have not always been the most inclusive of different communities. So that is an option. That being said, at the same time, it is a good practice to know what your credit score is, and if it's struggling, how to boost it and get it up, to a better level. So the ingredients that lead to a better or worse credit score is your repayment history. If you're paying your bills on time, you'll have a higher credit score, right? So the higher the number, the better. Level of debt. If you have a lot of debt, relative to your income, or if you have just a lot of debt, that will hurt your credit score, because the credit score ultimately is about what's the likelihood you'll repay the loan. So the reason a financial institution is looking at you to see, are you going to get that small business loan, they're looking at the credit score to say, is this person more or less likely to pay me back? That's ultimately the purpose of the score. And so if you have a lot of debt, other debt, they might wonder, well, are you going to default on my debt? An age of debt. So this one, I know a lot of times different small business owners I engage with aren't as familiar with this category. They want to see that you have experience working with debt loans. And so if you've never had a formal loan or debt product, then it looks like in the score you don't have experience working with loans, even though maybe you do. Maybe you've gotten a loan from a family member. That doesn't show up on the credit score. So having had a car loan or having had a student loan or whatnot does show you have experience managing debt. So that actually is a positive thing. And the mix of debt. If you have different types of debt, it again shows that you're have experience working with different types of loans. So those are ingredients that impact your credit score. But ultimately, a big one is repaying, paying your bills on time is a big impact. The final category is business planning. So you got your numbers in place. What is your business plan? What is your business outlook and your checkpoints? If you were to get that loan, what loan are you seeking? Why? Why are you seeking $10,000, $100,000, $1 million? What are you going to use that? And what do you expect to see at your business? If you invest these funds, what do you expect to happen in 1, 6, 12 months after that? So again, the lender's going to want to know this information. Ultimately, the lender wants to know, are you going to pay the loan back? The SBA, kind of from a support standpoint, this is helpful not just to get the loan, but for you, what you ultimately want to do is benefit from the loan and be able to grow your business. And so having this clarity will help you as a small business owner make the most use of the loan, because again, the goal is not getting a loan. The goal is getting the loan to grow your business. Final category I want to kind of wrap up with is, how do you assess a loan product or lender? So you have some more information about programs, you have some information about how to get ready for a loan, and you're maybe going to look at SBA programs, and maybe you're going to look at other programs that aren't SBA backed. And so I want to equip you with some tools for how to assess a loan, if is it right for you or not, especially because we have unfortunately seen an increase in predatory lending. And predatory lending are loans that have terms or lack of information that lead small business owners to take a loan on that has a term or lack of information that puts them in a bad situation. So we really are trying to equip small business owners to not fall into that situation. So how can you assess a loan product? Number one, first, eligibility. Before you spend time putting together that application, make sure you're eligible. So some small business loan programs don't fund startups. For example, they require that you've been in business for at least a year or at least 2 years. And so if you're a startup, don't waste your time putting together an application for an entity that's automatically going to decline you. Seek out startup funding opportunities. So that's an example. Terms. So what's the interest rate? How is the interest calculated? How does the interest change over time? What's the repayment horizon? So a loan for $10,000, let's say, that you have to repay in 1 year is very different than a loan that you have to pay in 10 years. Or 30 years. So that monthly repayment will be significantly higher the shorter the repayment horizon is. When do you have to start repaying? Is there an interest only period for the first 6 months, 12 months? What are the penalties if you miss a payment? So having that information is important to help you avoid predatory lending products. And in terms of assessing a product, what's the timeline of the application? If you need capital quickly, or are you planning to, when you need that capital? It's possible it may take some months to ultimately get the loan. It's possible it'll be faster, but just having that clarity around the application process timeline so you can plan accordingly. How long does it take for the funds to actually get dispersed? So what's that timeline between you submit an application, you get approved, and then you get the funds in the bank that you can now use? Those are different points in time, so it's important to have that clarity. There ultimately is a trade-off between speed and terms. So the faster you want something or a loan, the more likely the terms are going to be less generous or less flexible for you. The entities that specialize in really working with a small business owner, understanding their unique situation, being flexible on certain requirements or terms are more likely to take more time. And so that's just a trade-off for you to navigate and balance depending on your needs. And then finally, what's the lender? Do they have experience with small businesses of your stage, of your size, of your industry, of your demographics? And knowing if they're an SBA versus a non-SBA lender. Just because they're not an SBA lender doesn't mean they're bad. If they are SBA lender, they are required to follow non-predatory protocols. If they're not an SBA lender, it's possible they're still fine. But this is where you use this list of items to really assess that and make sure that it's not a predatory option. So those are kind of some points for accessing financing, capital, loans for small businesses. We're seeing at the SBA a continued increase in interest in these programs, a continued increase in women entrepreneurs pursuing these opportunities, getting these opportunities. I know for different backgrounds or demographics that haven't historically had the same access to resources, it can feel concerning. Is this for me? Am I going to invest this time and get this and not get anything in the end? And so that's why I hope this information and these tools can help that process be worthwhile your time, because ultimately the goal is not to get a loan. The goal is to grow your business, and the loan may be a tool to be able to do that. So the last point I'll end on is to get more information or to ask more questions. You can access your SBA local district office going to sba.gov, and you can find your local office by you type in your zip code and find your local office that you can visit or call. And then also the SBA customer service line. We are continuing to improve our customer service to better serve you and to better help guide you with the different SBA programs. So thank you.
Thanks, Veronica, and thanks to our entire lineup of incredible speakers today. We know navigating these fields can be challenging at times. So on behalf of all women business owners joining today and in the future, we are so grateful for your support and assistance. And now it is my distinct pleasure to invite SBA Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman to join us as we close out our time together in this incredible summit.
I hope you have all been inspired and informed by SBA's incredible second annual Women's Business Summit. Over the past 3 days, we have brought together leaders, innovators, and visionaries from across the public and private sectors. We've showcased women competing and transforming their industries. We've built new partnerships, learned about new resources, connected and multiplied our networks, and set in motion plans to seize the opportunities ahead. We heard from President Joe Biden. Thank you, Mr. President, for kicking off our summit in the East Room of the White House, and for your deep and committed support for America's 33 million small businesses, for helping them navigate a once-in-a-generation pandemic, leading us through historic economic recovery towards strong, stable growth, and helping millions more Americans launch their dream of business ownership along the way. I also want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors, as well as the SBA team who delivered for a second year. Tanae Delphine and SBA's National Women's Business Council, Donald Smith and SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership, SBA Senior Advisor to the Administrator, me, Diedra Henry-Spires, and the countless other staff and supporters who brought this convening to life. And more than that, who get up every day ready to make things happen for America's women entrepreneurs, leaders, dreamers, and future legends. And most importantly, I want to thank you, our participants, in person and online, for being part of it. You made all of this possible. I trust you took great notes. I'm sure many of you have already sent emails, made calls, scheduled follow-ups, and started to take your next steps. because that's what we do when we're given the chance. Women execute, women build. One of the best things about being SBA Administrator is that I get to see it all in person. As the cabinet member leading the agency responsible for delivering the American dream of business ownership, I travel the nation visiting and hearing from small business owners and seeing their dreams being realized. Some are just starting out. Others are building on generations of family legacy. All of them are driven. All have the characteristic grit and drive it takes to be an entrepreneur. Because launching, growing ventures, leading teams, navigating storms, and overcoming historic barriers, this work isn't always easy. And it's not always fair. But I hope you leave this summit affirmed in the knowledge that you are not alone. The SBA, the Biden-Harris administration, all the folks you heard from over the past 3 days, we're part of your network now. Reach out. SBA's Women's Business Center Network is connecting countless women entrepreneurs with SBA counseling, capital, contracting, disaster relief, digital tools, and more. And we're expanding it to 160 locations all across the country in the coming year. These centers are gateways to everything the SBA has to offer. Follow us on social media and get engaged with our local offices. Go to sba.gov/local assistance to find your nearest Women's Business Center or other SBA office and give us a call. Or start your training online with our new and improved Ascent platform, a free online learning tool tailored to the unique needs and strengths of women entrepreneurs. You can find that at ascent.sba.gov. Thank you again for being part of SBA's second annual Women's Business Summit. Have a great year, and I look forward to seeing you at next year's summit. Happy Women's History Month.